I'm doing Jem's little dance. I was like, whoa, we're dancing? We're doing a little... Whoa.
Mhm.
Hi, everybody. Oh, just as a commercial started. Mother... You have to be subscribed to hear me cuss. Motherfucker. If you're not subscribed, you can just... Oh, you can't even see me do this, right? No. I guess it puts it up in the corner.
I was gonna say
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say you do know people can see this in the playback, right?
Oh, yeah. Or if you catch our videos on YouTube, which they, every other week they go up on YouTube.
Yeah.
Got to promote that a little bit more. Yeah, watch Jeromy cuss.
Yes.
Watch Jeromy get canceled on the internet.
Demonetized.
Demonetized. Take that, New Age Geeks. So we're just gonna... I'm just waiting for this commercial to end, and then we'll go and intro everybody. So I'm just vamping for 20 seconds. And then we'll go. We'll get going. Because not everybody is subscribed. I want to be nice to the people.
What kind of vamp are you? Just like Twilighty Sparkly, or like Anne Ricey, True Bloody?
The Count from Sesame Street.
Yes.
You were supposed to say, I'm not sure he counts. Yes. And then I was going to say, I assure you he does. Okay, now the commercial. Everybody who is subscribed got that bonus content, or if you go back and watch the YouTube playthrough, you'll get that bonus content. So, bonus content at the beginning of the video. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SpellShots on New Age Geeks. I am your host and DM, Jeromy DeChant. I am JeromyTV everywhere on the internet. It's Jeromy TV. You can find me on Instagram, Twitch, Twitter, my OnlyFans, and it's just if there's an internet, you can find me. I'm very easy to find. And I will be at WonderCon in 2 weeks, where I believe I'm going to be on a panel. So follow me on socials for more information about that. Because I got asked today to be on a panel, so I was like, sure. Hi, everybody. Hi, Jake. Hi, November. Tonight we are joined by two guests. One of them you are familiar with, but have never seen on this show. And that is the voice of God you often hear me yelling at or cussing at. Joe, please go ahead and introduce yourself and tell people where they can find you on the internet.
What's up, everyone? How's it going, Geeks? I'm Joe from the New Age Geeks. Typically, you can find me every Monday, except for one Monday of the month, where our amazing Jem runs Goodberry Cafe, where I get to run Forging Fates, the Sober D&D campaigns in the Critical Role world of Exandria. You can also find me at New Age Cosplay on TikTok and Instagram, where I do occasional cosplay stuff. That's it. I'm here. You find me here, always and forever.
Always and forever. Thank you, God. So for those who have been here before, God's the one who fell asleep that one time, and then the stream kept going for hours. Yes.
It's long on this end.
Yeah. And then we have our other guest, Case. Please introduce yourself and tell people where they can find you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Case Poisel. I write and design games and do a bunch of other stuff, make leather things. You can find me all over the internet. Usually it's just easier to type in my last name, Poisal. That's my Twitter is at apoisel. Instagram is my first name, case.poisel. I think I'm on TikTok as in case of emergency, because I love puns. And my leather business is uppercase leather. So
nice. I love puns too, and leather, so those are all good. Do you have anything coming up that you would like to promote or people can look out for?
If you're in the LA area, I'm gonna be my faction is hosting a big cyberpunk neon party in Hollywood on April 5th. Neon Flux, find it on Facebook, find it on Eventbrite, come check it out.
They're the best.
And this is my invitation, I'm guessing, because I didn't
Yeah.
get one, and I'm just like, what?
I think it just got lost in the mail. Just check your inbox.
Yeah, I'll check my inbox. It's probably in my spam folder. That happens all the time. And then we are joined by the lovely Jem. Jem, please introduce yourself and tell people where they can find you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jem. You can find me most anywhere on the internet at Jemboree or Instagram at Jemaginative, or on this channel every Monday, either on Forging Fates as Whisper or hosting my show Goodberry Cafe. I will be working Anime Vegas this weekend, so anyone in Vegas, come find me at the Four Empires booth and go Crimson Wolves. We're gonna win again because we're the coolest.
Jade Eagles.
No, Crimson Wolves. We're the winning
Sharks.
side. Yeah, and then I got a bunch of stuff coming up in April. Ren Fair, Neotropolis. You can catch me at all those places too. But
Perfect. Thank you. And Michael Powell, please introduce people. Please introduce people and tell them where to find themselves.
These are people, and they're at home or other places where they're at. But yeah, I am Michael Powell, aka Mr. Kapow. You can find me all over the internet on my social medias, which is usually at Mr. Kapow. That's MrKapao. Or let's see, on Twitch. See, I'm involved with Toyzilla Live, which is usually on Thursdays at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is a toy show. And also, I'm part of the cast of Avatar Legends, which is a Avatar The Last Airbender actual play game on the Johananon channel. Oh, and I will also be at WonderCon later this month, and even further down the line, I will be hosting a game show at Anime Nation Fest, which is a tattoo and anime show here in SoCal at the LA Convention Center, which is, I believe, end of April.
Nice. And WonderCon is next week. It is a lot sooner than.
Well, technically, it is later this month. So...
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
you're technically right, which is the best kind of right.
Exactly.
All right, guys. So, welcome, and especially to our new players and Voice of God, who is here joining us. I get to kill God tonight. I mean, what? Dreams come true. We kind of ended on a bit of a cliffhanger on the last episode. The group had escaped prison, rescued Dr. Professor Cornelius Finch, and was escorting him back to the Adventurers Guild when they were attacked by a wyvern in the sky. Their ship crashed, and unfortunately, the brave captain, who's nobody bothered to learn his name, died valiantly, and Jem's shadow puppy also passed away, perished, but is not dead. And then they fought a zombie wyvern, and then escaped, and were chased by the Imperial Army, who took them to the border of the Adventurers Guild, threatened them, and then walked away. And then after everything had seemingly calmed down, and everything seemed to be okay, suddenly, and out of nowhere, Larry was shot. He took a crossbolt directly to his chest. And that is kind of where we left off, as our team rushed Larry in to the Adventurers Guild and the infirmary. It has been about a week since this has happened. Larry is still in critical condition. The best doctors at the academy, including Dr. Professor Cornelius Finch, who's not actually that kind of doctor, but that's not important, is unable to figure out, has been unable to figure out exactly what the cause is. Until today. Larry has been unconscious this whole time. Kadir, who witnessed the incident up close, has not left Larry's side in the infirmary. Maybe sort of blaming himself or just feeling like there's that extra need for protection. Kadir has stayed with Larry. Since that happened, things have changed in Kaiser. Adventurers aren't able to leave adventurer-owned land without being harassed and or arrested by Imperial guards, making it very hard for adventurers who work within the nation of Kaiser to do their job. This is quite intentional, as the king can't take direct action on land that is owned by adventurers. The workaround has been harassing adventurers and making it impossible for them to do work within the king's territory. So a lot of adventurers have started working in other nations, other kingdoms, outside of the king's reach, making it very limited jobs to choose from. As the situation in Kaiser seems to be getting a little worse for wear, as now suddenly there are no adventurers doing the jobs that would be done by adventurers. Those jobs include normal protection, escort missions, getting a cat out of a tree, fighting off bandits, all of the things you expect an adventurer to do. Those have taken a huge decline. Likewise, Key and Mira and Alex and Gur, your characters have been kind of stuck at the academy since this has all gone down. What have you been doing in this time, Key, and then we'll go to Mira?
Well, first I want to say that he has every day visited Larry and kind of, brought some fresh flowers for, like, let's say there's a bottle of vase next to their bed. The other times they're basically they're assisting the other doctors with stuff regarding Larry's injury.
As much as you can, because they're not just going to let you assist. But as much as you can.
Pretty much that.
Mira, what have you been up to?
Did you say until today no one's figured out the cause?
Yes. Well, so far nobody has figured out the cause.
Okay.
You all are going to get a summons today that's related to that. But currently nobody's figured out. Like, it's clearly some type of poison. And it is every sort of healing magic, every sort of antidote that they have on hand, which is a lot for a guild of adventurers, does not seem to be working. And there's no clear signs as to what the sickness is, or the poison is, other than normal, like, very standard afflictions. Like, it seems pretty cut and dry. He's poisoned and he's having trouble, like, with the poison, but it doesn't seem to be leaving his system, and nothing seems to be reacting to it, not even potent healing. Key, and then we'll go back to Mira.
I just realized something. He still has those books that they found way back in that prison game area. Not the prison that we escaped from, another prison with the slimes and everything.
Yes.
Would any of those books have any clue or help in this situation?
Give me a history check, and but I'm gonna say no. But we'll see if you can get something out of it.
Nat 20.
I hate it here.
My cackle.
All right, let me get back to you, Mira. Is there, or is it dependent on what Key gets?
No.
Okay.
Are we still receiving letters from the outside?
No.
Okay.
The Centaurian Express has not been able to. Well, they've been delivering things, but it's been sparse and inconsistent at best.
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah. King. And there's a library here, right?
yes, it's
Okay.
still partially singed from the last time Key was in there.
Mira wants to study in the library about anything she could find in terms of mind, like devices, mind control, dominating others, like controlling beasts, things using, mechanical means or magical means.
So specifically, you're trying to look into the collars.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Because I was like, that's 3 different books, and one of those I wrote. Yeah, that should be fine. Give me a history or arcana of your choice, whichever you prefer, on your research, and then I'll hop back to Key.
$18.
Okay. Key, what you know about those books that you found, they specifically have to do with experiments on slimes, and specifically about that root that you found, or that piece of wood that you found, that had unique magical properties that they took to get researched. From what you can tell, the root, or I've already said it's a root, so I've given that part away. The piece of wood is what they used to experiment on slimes, and it tend to have rejuvenating effects on slimes, but it also tend to give them unique properties via different incantation circles. So you can't find anything that helps Larry, but you do find that piece of wood, and you now know it seems to be, it's documented as a root in the book. Does seem to be related to the experiments they were doing and what they were doing with slime, and the creatures that were there. And it was used to create a lot of those creatures, or those versions of those creatures that you saw.
Okay. When you say incantation circles, do you mean like grinding it up, turning it into a powder or something, or like, I don't know, like a...
It seems to have been a liquid catalyst that they ground down and injected into the slimes, and then they would put them in circles.
Gotcha.
And then those circles would have different effects based on their experiments. Some of them really horrid, some of them they noted as positive.
Gotcha. Anything related to Key themselves?
Not related to key themselves. But they would. You got a natural 20. They would note that there seems to be some connection to maybe all slime creatures or creatures that are like key, and that piece of wood.
Gotcha. And the piece of wood is still in the custody of the scientists at the Venturers Guild?
It's specifically in the custody of Granny Gray.
Okay.
Case.
I just had a question. While Mira is in the library, might she see somebody there?
Yeah, you are on the grounds, and the library is your favorite place. And you, because of previous knowledge, have not met Mira, but you know of Mira.
While I'm in the library, it is you see if you're there multiple days, you see an older kind of older man, kind of grayed hair, wrinkles, walking with a very distinctive blackened cane that has the fox's head on the pommel, and he seems to be generally going through a bunch of books and it looks like he's cross-checking them against the library's records of what is supposed to be there, and seems to be almost taking an inventory, but he seems to be focused on one specific section of the library.
Mira, do you want to interact with this person?
What section? Can I tell what section?
It looks to be the section that has to deal with magical plants and trees.
Mira probably won't interact. She'll just take notice and kind of watch, and then think of Key in the library and oh, I wonder if this person's a librarian. I wonder if they're mad at Key.
Yeah, that lady is still mad at Key. She's always there, by the way. She is usually up in the rafters, where there seem to be different ladders that lead up into the rafters, but she always seems to come down and put a book and then move and then go back up into the rafters. She's a weird little lady, roaming around the library. And whenever you see her, you get that something crawling on your skin feel, ooh. But she's always very nice, unless you're Key, who she does not like, because he tried to burn down the library.
And did I get anything for my 18 Arcana?
For your 18 Arcana, you were specifically looking into the collars and mechanisms like the collars. There have been the only correlation that you seem to find, other than the history of the collars themselves, which I can give you a little bit of background on, is that there are collars that are not the same, but are often used for binding a demon or a familiar that you do not have a pact with. So there are a type of collar that is designed for binding, say, a lesser demon or an imp or something like that, to do your bidding, if you don't have a sort of magical pact or agreement with it. There are cases where wizards and warlocks have summoned these things and then used a collar to bind them. This is something that isn't commonly done in this day and age, but it was kind of an older practice and common in the old world. especially for wizards and warlocks and sorcerers who were competing with one another. There was a wizard society that would often see who could summon the biggest, strongest thing and control it, as a, for lack of better term, a pissing contest or a dick measuring contest. But those practices didn't really carry over into the new world. And you don't know of anybody who does practice that currently. But the collars are very different in design, because there are, like, you know, drawings of what they look like. And those collars also all had keys and ways to unlock or remove the collar. The collars that you know in this world that are being used to enslave people there's no way to take them off. There's only a way to interact with the person wearing it, which you saw when they activated that collar to punish the slave on the boat. Other than that, once it is on, there's no historical record of anybody removing one. The only rumor you've heard of somebody removing one is Captain Solo, who you met, who is the very large, some would call handsome werewolf gentleman, who is the only person to survive removing his own collar. So that's kind of what you learn in that time. But nothing that seems to kind of lead you to how that wyvern ended up in that situation, or the creature that the wyvern turned into, or the, you know, how it stayed alive and all of that weird stuff that happened. But from what you could tell, that's the only thing that's close, but it's still different enough.
Cool.
All right. So each of you are kind of at the academy. Gur, I know that Alex has been in the library. Gur, what have you been doing since the attack?
I would have been trying to find out as much information I can about, like, the political machinations of this area. Trying to learn out, like, learning names for people that I could possibly press against and move in that sort of sense.
Got it. Give me a history check. Also, Alex, go ahead and give me a history check too for your time in the library. We're just gonna get everybody's info dump right at the beginning.
How do I do this? How do I do a history check?
All right. No, that's fine. Click on your character sheet.
Yep.
And then you are going to on your core sheet. There should be history under saving throws. You just click on the name of it.
Oh, it's not working.
And can I, for this process of the research during the time, can I have cast guidance on myself to help myself with my research?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
But nice try.
All right.
I'm one of those DMs that, like, I like guidance, but I'm gonna put some limits.
That's fair.
Limits on the guidance. All right.
But that's a 24 for me on history.
You know, you don't need it. All right. You don't need it. Can I get guidance on my 24? No, you can't. No, you can't.
I just like big numbers, and I cannot lie.
That's fair. So for Gur, you got a 7.
Okay.
I'm gonna say in this time you kind of learn, like, who the High King is in general. You know the history there with your people and how they, you know, they first fought, like, against the original settlers of Kaiser, and then joined against them in the Great War. So you kind of know that history, but what you've learned here is like you've learned that the adventurers are sort of a neutral group. You've learned that they seem to be getting supported from local kingdoms, including your own tribe has sent requests for adventurers or sent support in the form of people to train as adventurers. So you're not the first to come here, but you know, seeing a Goliath is still rare at the school. But I would say you don't get too much other than the 7. You do recognize that in your time here, Granny Gray is as far as adventurers go, she is like their war chief. She is their head chieftain. And in a lot of ways, you are a member of that clan now as an adventurer. Okay. So you would recognize that she carries that sort of weight, and each adventurer's guild across the kingdoms, through your travels and the missions you've done, you've noticed each has a specific leader. But then when those leaders are in trouble, the person they go to is the head of the academy, which is Granny Gray. Alex, in your 24 history and days in the library researching that specific thing that I sent you today, and ironically related to what other people were researching.
Yeah.
I would say that the one odd thing is there's no other plant that matches the description.
Okay.
Or has had the effects that this one has.
I think part of the purpose with what Alex is doing is checking what the library knows, and if like something is missing from the library, the academy, and then I can go from there to find it and where it might be.
I would say that in the research of magical plants, there are a few books missing, but even in other sections of the library, there seem to be certain books missing. But you can't tell even from the index if those are related to what you're kind of researching specifically.
Okay, so this academy doesn't use the Dewey Decimal System.
They have a good index and a good system, but it's like you could tell like it's some of them.
If it's got certain numbers, it's well. I mean, I'm a librarian part-time at university as a real person, and so certain numbers you can tell like if it falls within like a certain framework, you know that it's supposed to go in this section, which means it has to deal with this subject.
Got you. Yeah. So they do have a version of that.
Okay.
And there are books missing, but
I don't know the exact details of what's in those books, but I do know that they could be what I'm looking for.
Things that are missing are ancient remedies and plants, but that seems more like an old remedy book, like a wives' tale book, from its description in the index. Things like oh man, 24. Hate it here. Let's see.
Why can't we just be incompetent?
Just invited an actual librarian into my library. Which is no big deal. I'm gonna say that there's no distinct pattern to the books that are missing. As far as things that you're looking for, there are, as far as plants go, there's nothing really surprising missing. And if it is missing, the only correlation seems to be it's like an older book and it's been checked out for quite some time.
Okay.
Or marked, or not marked as checked out, or marked as checked out. Some of them are and some of them aren't among the missing ones. That's another unique thing to them, is some of them are marked as checked out, meaning somebody has it.
Some are just missing.
Or misplaced.
Yes. All right. Okay.
And you're free to go yell at the librarian in the rafters if you want about the Dewey Decimal System, but...
No. I have a job to do. So.
Yeah. So in the time that you guys have been in this week, you've noticed that there are adventurers who are leaving the academy. Some of them are going back home or retiring. And you notice that there are a lot of people who are hopping on the first teleporter pad to the Crescent Isles, or to Rosh Qatar, or to Biale, any of these countries outside of the King's Reach, where they can go and work as adventurers. That's one thing that you notice in this week, is it's a lot quieter than it normally is, even at the bar. There seem to be less people. There seem to be less of a jovial vibe as you make your way around the campus. And you're kind of get a little stir crazy because there's only so much campus to explore. And you can't go to your normal stomping grounds in Glass Aegean, and you can't see the familiar faces that you would have at, like, say, Junox Junction.
Junox, yeah.
Yeah.
Have we heard anything from Junox Junction?
You have. As far as you can tell, they're okay. They are currently going under the impression of not telling people that they're adventurers and just kind of staying at the junction. But there is research being done, and they're looking into things as outsiders. But they haven't been able to come and go from the guild itself.
Okay.
But you have heard from them. They're okay.
Cool.
I think one note said, "Tell them Boris said hi from Boris." Yeah, and then there was a very concerned letter about Dale's eye supply running out. So if you could please send more eyes for his collection, that would be great. But yeah, so that's kind of the vibe of the world right now. Each of you have received a summon to Larry's office. All of you know where it is, and you all sort of make your way there, arriving at the same time. As you arrive, since we have two new people, let's go ahead and describe what you look like around the room. So Mira, starting with you, what do you look like as you arrive at Larry's door?
So, Mira, as I pull up, she is about like 5'5". She's a young, very beautiful elven woman with like a darker tan skin. Her hair is dark brown and cut short, and like this really like shaggy pixie bob cut. She is a smoke show, basically, is how I've been describing her. She's very curvy and voluptuous. She's got resting bitch face for sure, and she's wearing a low-cut short sleeve shirt with black leather skin tight leggings. She's got a apron around her waist that she's still rocking with like a giant hairbrush in one of the pockets, and a cutting shears are sticking out another pocket on her back. Yeah, she's just probably looks kind of pissed off when you run into her.
Okay. And Key, what do you look like as you approach Larry's store?
You see what looks to be kind of a lime green, maybe just a tad shade darker ooze blob that's about halfling height. And if you look closer at them, within their body are what looks to be kind of random things that's just floating around, drifting in and out of sight like a half-eaten sandwich, breastplate armor, some lock picks, a folded up piece of paper, a backpack, and what looks to be kind of a pale red nucleus. And their usual smiley face is kind of a little bit more dejected, I would say. In fact, instead of a kind of a ball blob, they're kind of more right now at the moment. Think of it as a half deflated beach ball. Kind of
Got it.
sad.
You should put the emoji of what that face looks like in the chat since they communicate in emoji faces.
Yeah.
And then Gur, since this is your first time, please describe what you look like as you approach Larry's store.
Gur stands about 6'9". Pretty large in frame, gray skin, bald head and face, long black tattoos that kind of cross down across his face, and a single tattoo that crosses down his chin. Wearing like this slate gray plate armor with a long sword kind of tucked in one side, as well as a dagger that he kind of keeps upper on his upper stomach area, just kind of tucked in there. There's also a long halberd that is kind of strapped to his back that looks to be more ornate than actually practically used. Just it looks like it could be used in a battle, but it doesn't seem like that's necessarily his primary weapon. You don't see any sort of shield though, and there's no insignias or anything on his armor, just straight gray.
Got it. And Alex, what do you look like as you approach?
Approaching the door while in the academy at this time, Alex looks like a kind of middling height. It'd be hard to really place his height, but like 5'8", 5'9", graying hair, older man, in nondescript like dark black and brown traveling clothes. They carry a leather satchel, and you can see that there's on the opposite side of the satchel, you see a book like in a holster kind of on the side of their hip, and they walk with a very distinctive like red wood that's been blackened at the base as it comes up to this ornately carved pommel, which is a fox on the pommel. But if you kind of like looked at them or saw them out on the street, they probably would be unremarkable.
Got it. Each of you arrives to the door. Mira, you notice, along with Key, these other people who you saw one of them in the library, or you believe you might have. And this large Goliath who is not Fate Wielder, but is in equal stature to Fate Wielder, standing at the door, almost waiting for you to open. Do you want to say or introduce yourselves?
I'm going to just look at them. I'm gonna acknowledge that I've seen the older man in the library. But I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna do a little like nod because I'm grim times.
Got it. Gur.
Can I get any indication on where Mira or Gur may like hail from? Their like country of origin.
Well, you're Gur. Mira and who?
Alex.
Mira and Alex. Yeah, give me a either history or insight.
Nope.
You're not even gonna try for key?
No. I assume I don't know where the oozes come from.
All right, I will do history for Alex, and I will do insight for Mira.
Okay, so that was insight, and here's history.
Oh, I thought that was your old history. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
I thought you had rolled history already. That was for the previous
That
thing.
was in the yeah.
So yeah. So history on Alex, you can't tell. You have a 21 on history, by the
Do you
way.
want me to oppose it? Because
Yeah, go ahead and oppose it. I would.
okay. Oh, it did not roll well. I'm not trying very hard right now.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say with 21. You can tell that the staff that they're wielding was carved in Biale, and that it is old. And it is not a carving of your people. It is not a carving that would have been done by Genasi or halflings, as far as you know from older carvings and styles. As far as where they are from, I'm going to say that you can't get a distinct pattern, but they appear to be human and probably from the region of Kaiser.
Okay.
Specifically, because humans aren't typically from Biale, and if they are, they're refugees. So nobody's human and from Biale.
But none of them are screaming that they're from Rosh Qatar.
Nothing says Rosh Qatar to you.
Gotcha.
It seems like very typical clothing, but you do note that it seems to be much like your armor, where it's almost intentionally trying not to stand out.
Gotcha.
Kind of how your armor is intentionally trying not to stand out.
Right.
But yeah, the only thing that you could mark or could really do a track on is the club is or the cane that they're using to walk is unique. And they probably purchased it for either a lot of money or maybe an heirloom or a trophy from war. But that's the only distinct marker you can find.
Gotcha.
As far as your natural one insight into Mira, Mira just looks like every other elf to you. They seem like they're pretty and they're from the same place all elves are from.
All right.
You can't even tell what kind of elf she is. She could be a drow for all you know. You're just like, that is an elf. That's the insight you've got there.
Gotcha.
She could be from anywhere. Probably not Rosh Qatar because elves don't hang out there, but you've seen them in passing at places. Yeah, you don't really you assume all elves come from the same place. So she is an elf from the same place as elves. Which, you know, they live in woods. That's what you know about elves.
I've definitely seen Mira before in the forest somewhere.
Yeah. Or at other, like, you once escorted a bunch of elves.
That was
They were all
Mira.
the same. Yeah, that was probably, she was probably there. Or they're related or something. You just don't, yeah, no distinctness or no standoutness, other than, oh, pretty elf, but they're all pretty.
Gotcha.
Even the male and they them elves pretty. All elves are pretty to you. That's it.
All right.
And key is key.
Key is key.
Anybody else want to do anything before we open the door and head into the office?
Yes.
I was worried you would.
Look up to the two new people that I want to say probably the first time they've seen them. Kind of reached into their kind of slimy, blobby body and pulls out a little note and kind of goes, hello, Goliath and magic type person. My name is Key, D-grade artificer, wealth redistribution specialist, and silver ranked adventurer. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope we get along. If lost, please return to Master Lock in Juarn at 827 South Sandpile Way by the kebab stand. Turn left at the second date tree, and if you see the tea shop, you've gone too far. And also kind of fluttering above Key is this little thing that's about like a half spear, about the size of a hockey puck, like flying on little dragonfly-like wings. And he kind of looks up. Oh, and this is my assistant, Bob. Destination, build old buddy. They're kind of like the little aliens from the movie Batteries Not Included.
Got it. Would we like to head into the office now, or is anybody going to respond or say anything?
Alex just smiles down at the intriguing blob creature and says, "Pleasure to meet you, Key. Shall we?"
Each of you enter the room. I'm gonna place you there. As you enter the room, there is a distinct lack of Larry in the office. And notably, it doesn't smell as lived in as it usually does when Larry is in the office. But there is a distinct lack of Larry at his desk as you arrive. Placing everybody on the board now. So let me know. Oh, I made Mira a size too big.
Enlarge spell.
Enlarge. Nice key. All right. But you do recognize some familiar faces in the office. Let me know when everybody can see.
Yes. I do want to say something really quick.
Perfect.
I was wondering, would it be cool that while Larry's in the infirmary, he has also been kind of feeding Bird?
I'm gonna say this is probably the first time you guys have been in Larry's office since it happened.
Oh, okay, got it.
So I'm gonna say no, but there's
Okay.
kind of a reason for that we're gonna get to. You look about the office and you notice that it is a mess as always. Despite some organization in the corner that seems to be holding Cornelius. And in the corner of the room where the bed on the floor is, there is Bird kind of sitting on the bed itself. And next to that is Granny Gray with a bag of peanuts, attempting to feed Bird. As you guys enter the room, you hear her kind of, "Oh, dear, you got to eat. You got to eat. It's you know, you got to eat something." And you just kind of see Bird just kind of moving up and down on Larry's, for lack of better word, bed, and just saying, "Larry, Larry, Larry," instead of "peanut, peanut, peanut." Kind of hopping around, looking at where Larry should be. And Granny Gray is trying to feed and take care of Bird. And over at the top part of the room, you will notice Dr. Professor Cornelius Finch is looking at different artifacts and digging through books and kind of rummaging around almost sporadically. Does anybody want to do or say anything?
He is going to go over to Granny and kind of reach into themselves again and pull out that half-eaten sandwich and go and kind of, you know, puts it in front of Bird and goes, "Maybe this will help."
Give me an animal handling.
Agree.
Oh no.
How long has that half-eaten sandwich been in there?
I'm gonna say it's like every day it's a new different sandwich. Key starts every day with a sandwich.
Every day is a new sandwich? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll say today is
Chicken.
see, bananas, whipped cream, and pork chop on pumpernickel.
Yeah. Bird has no interest in that abomination you just put on Larry's bed. But there's like a second of it looking and going, "Larry!" Like the sandwich was Larry. Probably because of the smell. So yeah. Granny kind of looks at you and goes, "Oh dear, it's fine. He eats when he wants to. He's just been, you know, preoccupied since, you know, Larry's been taking the ill." Oh, and she sort of turns around and notices that you're all here. "Oh, perfect. Everybody, please come to the desk. We've got some things to go over." And she walks over to the desk. Feel free to grab and move your character as you please. You notice distinctly she doesn't sit in Larry's chair, but sort of stands to the side of the desk. And Dr. Professor Cornelius is still in the back, muttering to himself. She begins, "Well, dears, as you know, Larry is still quite under the weather, and we've been trying to figure out why. We tried every bit of potion we could, every bit of healing that we know, but kind of to no avail. But today, the good Dr. Professor Cornelius has determined the most probable cause of the poison, of which we have good news and we have bad news. The good news is the type of poison is it's an ancient halfling poison. The likes of which we haven't really seen too often since the Rooting Act. And that in lies the bad news is the only people who knew of the antidote for said poison were the halfling tribes, the halfling tribesmen who have since moved on. So I think it puts us in an awkward position, and I have a unique favor to ask of you, Larry's children. The halflings, before I begin, I need each of you to swear that what I'm about to tell you does not leave this room.
Oh, I'm intrigued. Keep
Okie
going.
dokie.
So much so that I'm going to need you to make a pact to learn this secret. The pact would be with me and the Adventurers Guild. Using a pact stone. You just have to swear to never reveal the location or the information I am about to give you.
Okie dokie.
What is the penalty? Not that I'm going to do it on purpose, but like, how does the pact stone work?
If you break the pact, the Adventurers Guild is made aware that you were the person who broke the pact. And it also lets us know who you told. So that the secret could not be spread further than that.
What if he did it on accident?
Or forced to? Yeah.
We would know, but we would have to investigate the circumstances. Obviously, I wouldn't be presenting this to you if I did not trust you, but the information is quite secret. And for you, and she points to Alex, I know there's a concern about parties knowing what you know. Don't let that be a concern here. We've already crossed that bridge.
Understood.
Gur,
Have I already made this pact?
you have.
Okay,
So you don't have to make it per the stuff I sent you earlier.
gotcha.
Gur here has actually already made the pact and will be escorting you to the location. And that's why we've brought him in today. But unfortunately, I can't give you more information until you've made the pact, because there are a lot of lives at stake. And they are not my lives to risk. Yes, dear.
I want to try reading the situation. Like, is Granny Gray leaving out anything about how the pact works? Like, Mira's suspicious.
Give me an insight.
Mm-hmm. Ha. 9.
I was gonna give you advantage anyway, so I'm just gonna go ahead and give you advantage. Because you know Granny and Alex, you wanted to add something?
Oh, just something after that. My own question.
Okay. So I'll give it to you in 1 second. You could tell that she is being honest and she wants to tell you more,
But can't yet.
but it is very serious. And you can also tell by her inflection that if you do tell somebody, the pact won't kill you immediately, but they will find you
That's what
and silence you or whoever you told with maximum efficiency. That's how serious it seems. But she doesn't seem to be trying to trick you into some sort of devil's pact or anything like that. It seems a very straightforward pact, and using pacts like this are often used for guilds or trade secrets, or common with as artificers have sort of grown in popularity. These stones have kind of grown in popularity because countries trying to keep their scientific secrets from one another. So this is that kind of stone. This does not have as harsh of a penalty as other pact stones or pact contracts that you've heard of. But it's still like, yeah, they'll know it was you, and then they'll do something about it. But she's not trying to trick you. She's not trying to take advantage of the situation. She's no malice intent other than protecting the people she has to protect. And Alex.
Mine was kind of along the same lines, but on thinking through my knowledge of pacts. Is this what she is describing to us? What is normally considered like the normal like protocols of a pact, and is she leading anything out in like the magical realm of it?
Not entirely. It's pretty standard. There are like pact contracts that you would sign. Some of them are a little bit more intense than others. You've heard or seen of ones that if you break this pact, you instantly your soul dies, kind of thing. This is a pretty standard, simple pact.
This is
and it doesn't seem to be tied to anything.
Okay, so this is like your boilerplate non-disclosure pact.
Yeah, you're signing an NDA.
Yeah.
With a rock.
Checks out.
And yeah, and as far as you know, it won't conflict with any other obligations currently.
Yeah, then Alex nods and like steps forward. Yeah. We'll come to that.
And so you step forward first and place your hand on the stone. She remarks to you as you step forward, "Oh, you look quite handsome today."
It's just one of those days.
I love variety is the spice of life, dear. And then it glows. You feel the contract sealed. You agree to not say anything about what you're about to hear and learn. And then each of you agree to do this in turn.
And this would probably be the first time you all hear, because I didn't introduce myself, so because I have to speak my name in the pact probably, so you hear that their name is Alex Blackstone. Probably more often heard the name Blackstone than Alex.
All right. Who's next? Gur's already done it, so Gur is good.
Mira will go.
Mira, you place your hand on the stone. You go to do the pact. It begins to glow. As you do, your mind kind of, for a brief second, connects with Granny Gray. And there's a moment of, she looks at you and she says, "Oh, you're looking quite lovely too." But when your mind connects with her mind, you see that she sees you differently. The way she sees you and the way she kind of sees the world is different. In a very hard to describe but magical vision kind of way. She sort of sees the world that other people don't see. And it's only for a second. Okay, just double check and make sure I didn't miss anything. Key, you're next.
Yeah, he extends out a little slimy looking tendril.
Yep. You connect, same thing. You make the pact. As the pact glows, the only sort of response you get is that similar reaction you get when you're on a teleporter pad. That unique buzz that only you seem to get when you're on one of those. And then it's gone. And the pact is done. Granny explains to you the situation and where you're going. So, many of you know the history of the Rooting Act. The High King, the right bastard that he is, ordered all halflings to be put to the sword by his law. When the halflings fled from Kaiser, they did receive aid. Unbeknownst to everybody else, it was us, the adventurers, who answered that call. And against the king's will and orders, and with the help of particular parties at power at the time, we were able to successfully evacuate many halflings. A lot went to the Crescent Isles, but the bulk of them actually went to a secret location where now the majority of their population has been living for the last 20 or so years. That location still receives supplies monthly from the Adventurers Guild and certain parties at B. The location is secret because it is still on land that is owned by the king. The location is also secret because if the king ever found out where the halflings have been hiding this whole time, he would send his entire army in force to that location. And there would be nothing that any of us could do about it. That is why you had to make this pact before I could give out this information. Do you understand? Mira.
Do I already... Oh, sorry. Do I already know the reason why there's like this halfling hate or whatever?
So you know that when the king first came to power, he did two terrible things. The first was ordered that all of the halflings in Kaiser be put to the sword. Halflings are the native race of the land before the New World was settled. Nobody really knows exactly why he did it. But you do know it's this terrible thing, and most people were very against it when it happened, but it still happened. And when it happened, the next step was the institution of slavery, which got mixed results across the population. So you know this is one of the two terrible twos of the two terrible acts that the High King has done in his time in power. You do know that there are still halflings in the New World, but they are so very, very rare that you may have never even seen one or known that you have seen one, because they are that rare. And you do kind of know that a few escaped to the Crescent Isles, but that's all anybody ever really knew, is like a few got away. And other than that, the 90%, 95% of their population was wiped out. What you are learning now is that
They still exist.
that number is more like 30 to 40% of their population was wiped out, and the rest was hidden away by the Adventurers Guild. And that's where we're going today.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
So a lot of time, yes, nobody really knows why the king did it, but people like to make up stuff. So has there been any conspiracy?
Give me
Like-
a history check.
Okay.
And if anybody else wants to join in on this, I'm happy to.
Oh yeah.
I love a good conspiracy. You
Oh.
never mind. Quit. Done. I throw this crown away.
Well, I mean, but it doesn't have to be true with the 20 history. It could just
Yeah,
be like,
it's
oh, this
true.
is a very believable conspiracy theory.
Yes. So, Alex, as far as you know, it was jealousy, and to get control of land. Key, as far as you know, It was jealousy and to get control of land. But there was no distinct reason other than they still had a lot of land, even though they were a migrating people. They were kind of viewed as a nuisance to a certain degree by the king. Mira, you know that's one of the more popular theories, but there are so many other theories. And I'm doing the aliens. There are conspiracies that range from ancient secrets about the first king of Kaiser to ancient secrets about gnomes actually being halflings to ancient secrets about they knew stuff about the land and they wouldn't share, including agricultural things. And then there are stories about how all of the nobles in power are actually just a group of halflings in like trench coats sort of situation, where they're all still here, but they're the real secret power.
Manchurian candidate.
Yeah. So there's conspiracy theories that range all over the place, but one of the common threads is, and this is because you got a natural 20, the only seemingly common thread amongst these ridiculous theories that are just crazy, some of them are lizard people crazy, is that they knew something or had something that the king wanted, and that's why he did it.
Mm-hmm.
Is they were keeping something from him, and they would not bow to the king to a certain degree, because they were the native people of this land. Previous kings before this had respected a certain pact with them, but this king wanted something and was not able to get it from them. That seems to be the only common thread amongst the theories and history and what you were able to learn.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Thanks.
So, because we helped them so long ago, there is certain accords, one of which is that the Adventurers Guild can call on them for a favor at any time. We can only use this favor every so often. It is not a... and we can't call them to war. We can't call them to risk anything, only to aid. We are going to be calling in that favor to get an antidote for Larry. And we are also going to be calling in that favor to get information that the good doctor seems to have found. So your mission is to go to their settlement, acquire the antidote, and bring back the information that is requested in this envelope. This envelope is sealed. Only their head druid can open it. So you'll need to find her, have her unseal it, and she will give you a response. The reason we've asked Alex to assist you is, as you may or may not know, Alex is one of Larry's adventurers that specializes in getting in and out of places undetected. Because of this specialty, Alex will be helping get all of you to the docks, where you will meet a ship captain, and you will be taking a ship to the location. So you will need to sneak through the city, get on the ship, and then arrive at the location to get the information and the antidote from the druid. Now, the reason we have asked Gur to join you is Gurrikin has been working as an escort for the supplies. So he has a relation with the ship and his captain. But also, normally, people who are not of native lands are not able to go and visit the halfling settlement. So only those who are Goliath, Genasi, or halfling themselves may make the trip normally, under normal circumstances. But you will have this letter from me that will give you permission. Any questions, comments, concerns? Dear, you're muted.
Yeah. He extends a little slime tendril above their where their top of their head would be, and it's a little thumbs up.
Wonderful. I leave you in Alex's hands. The antidote that we are seeking, the druid should have it, should be very straightforward. But I'm going to leave you in Alex's hands to help prepare you for sneaking through the city. When you reach the docks, Gur knows exactly which ship to get on, so it should be no problem. All right. Since time is of the essence, I suggest you all prepare yourselves and head out immediately. The ship is in dock waiting for you. Yes, dear.
Is there anything you can give us? This just sounds like it might be a dangerous mission. Do you have any potions or anything you might be able to spare to help us?
It shouldn't be dangerous unless you get caught going through the city. We have, as far as the supply runs have gone, we haven't had any issues there, except for the occasional lizard man. But it is near the savage lands, so you can never be too certain. But we have no reason to suspect there would be any danger outside of getting through the city. And
right.
In helping there, the best I could do is give you Alex. And
Well,
on that note, as you guys begin to prepare, we are going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, okay. So we're going to be back in about 10, 15 minutes. Stretch your legs, get your water, hydrate. You guys in the chat do the same. And then we will be back and we will try to sneak through the city, and then we'll get to the boat, and then so on and so forth.
Thank you, Tan.
Thank you, Tan. Hello, everybody! It's me, Kazoo! Welcome back! Which way is Case? Am I looking this way? Down? Hello? Case? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Blink twice if you're in danger.
Not in danger. Hello.
Oh, good. Hello.
I've just never.
I'm sorry to bother you during your break.
I've never. Which way am I? Oh, that's all.
Oh yeah, the cameras are all over the place. I'm in the right spot. That's all that matters. Hello, everybody. Hello, Nova. You're late. You're late, Nova. I'm very disappointed.
They can't even see me blink, even if I were in danger.
Well, hopefully you're not in danger.
Oh, that's a little bit better. Almost.
Almost. Almost there. Technical difficulties with God. And then, that changed the setup, the whole layout. We are having technical difficulties.
Apparently,
I went to the 3 cam because...
apparently, I'm key.
God is working on it.
1 cam is off, but the name's I'm not changing.
Okay, well, for the break, you're Key. I'm King Jeromy. And Sane Cat Lady is Sane Cat Lady. Brad is Brad. Nova is Nova. November will be Kazoo. November, you're Kazoo today. Congratulations. Hello everybody. If you do not know me, I am Kazoo. I am our local shopkeep at Max and Sam's Shop and Wonder Emporium, the miracle store, I like to call it. You can donate to tonight's show and give inspiration for $5. You can be evil and give that inspiration to a player or to the DM. Perfect. And you can also, I'm just reading my notes here. For $10, you could give out a broom of flying. That would have helped last week when the ship was crashing. Remember when they all almost died? It was great. I had fun. We have fun here. Welcome, Case. You're gonna be fine. Don't worry. You're gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay.
I don't feel soothed, but
good. In case Case starts to die, you could be the chat healer. For $10, someone of your choice receives healing effects of a potion of healing. Ooh, you could do that to the wyvern or whatever monster we're fighting this week. And then for $15, you could give somebody the feat Lucky, one of the most broken feats in all of Dungeons and Dragons. Hi, Nova! Hello!
So good.
It's so good, so broken. Case is a DM, by the way, so Case knows all about broken things.
Mm-hmm.
And
oh, yes.
And then we have, Lucky, the greatest feat ever. And then for $20, you can make Jeromy very upset and give out a gift of the mallard. Previous gifts of the mallards have included a scarf that lets someone turn into different animals at random, a laser pointer that turns people into different animals at random, a imp that can only cuss and yell.
Oh, I want that.
That one went out to our friend Maz TV.
I know Maz.
Yes, Maz got Terrence, the imp that can only curse or yell things. Mira received a hole, a cartoon-like hole that you could put anything into, and so far they have put in things that you should not put in a hole. Story of my life. We do jokes here. Chaos, pure chaos. Did everyone die? Not yet, Jake. I'm still hopeful. I collect all their loot and sell it in the shop when they die.
Oh, that's where it goes.
Fun fact, if a player dies, that's where we've gotten that broom flying, that's where it came from. Yes, everyone loves Terrence. He almost died that one time. That was fun. Yeah.
I can't
So
believe you
Gift
would
of the
do that to
Mallard.
Terrence. I can't believe
Well-
you would do that to Terrence.
Maybe Terrence should watch his mouth. He can't. That's his curse. Anyways. Like a kazoo. No, Jake. And hello, Jake. Welcome, Jake TV. I'm just Jake TV. I'm just Kazoo TV. No relation. But while we're waiting for everybody, let's get to know our guest. Case.
Yes.
Case Poisal.
Poisel.
Like poison. Poisal. I'm
Sure.
saying it wrong.
You are
Yeah,
saying
okay.
it wrong. Yeah.
So
no.
Poisal.
Poisel.
Case
Yes.
Poisal.
Yes.
Just in
I-
case.
Just in case. In case of emergency.
So you have DM'd mini games.
Yes. Yes.
Tell us about your experience. What have you DM'd? What would I know you from?
A couple years ago, I DM'd some Shadowrun, 2 different short campaigns over there at a saving throw show.
Oh, very nice.
I played some D&D and some various other games with B. Dave Walters and Sam DeLev and Ash Minnick and Alcuin Gersh a while back.
I will pretend to know all of those people and Google them later.
They're wonderful people, wonderful players. Right now, I am running a home game with the setting, the game system City of Mist, which is one of my favorites. A campaign I'm writing for that, which I'm hoping to put out in their like self-publishing garage system some point soon.
That sounds amazing. Any as a DM, what is the worst thing someone has ever done to you / funniest thing someone has ever done, other than bring a puppet on and talk to you?
In the first session of my City of Mist game, just the one now, one of my players, they were in a fight, and he was kind of like the big bad wolf. He was very big and wolfy, and she like stuck her hand in his mouth and dropped an apple seed. And then later, when they had him tied up, and were trying to get information out of him, she used her time-based powers to try to accelerate that apple seed, and had a very consequential role, and grew a tree.
I have to tell you, that's been my childhood fear. I would eat watermelon and I would always spit out the seeds because I was so scared that if I swallowed the seed, a watermelon would grow in my stomach and I would die.
That's
nightmare fuel.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
What a terrible thing. Poor werewolf. Poor furry werewolf. I assume he was a furry.
He was a cop, so
Oh well, fuck him.
yeah, and he was a
Fuck.
serial killer, so
Yeah. ACAB includes werewolves.
Yes. Yeah, if you're not familiar with City of Mist as a system, your characters are like real people in like a modern setting that have become riffs of like stories from the past and like folklore and mythology and gods, and like so they start to take on the aspects of those stories. And this was a detective who was corrupt, who was a rift of the story of the big bad wolf.
And she was Johnny Appleseed.
She's the rift of the goddess Kali, and so she's got power over time.
Okay, so just wow. I still like my stomach hurts thinking about a tree growing inside of me.
It was a very interesting scene to narrate, and the aftermaths of that. Because they did it on the middle of a stage in a rundown theater.
I imagine it went a lot like the werewolf got wood. Oh, sorry. Thank you for laughing at that. That was a pity laugh. I appreciate it.
It was a pity laugh. How are donations going?
I don't think we've got anything yet. Sane Cat Lady was asking, and she's a troublemaker. You have to keep an eye on her. She'll wait. She'll wait until the perfect time and then swipe in like a sane cat lady and do something.
I mean, aren't all cat ladies sane?
Of course.
Yes. Yeah, that's just...
She knows where I live, so I'm not going to say anything. Nova also, very famously, likes to give out gifts of the mallard. Dangerous woman. Dangerous woman she is.
She sounds like my kind of woman.
Sounds like my kind of woman. So what do you have coming up? You said something about a event, a Neo event.
Oh yeah, I'm part of a queer art collective in LA, and we are a tribe for a number of big events that happen in the area. One of those being Wasteland Weekend, and the other being Neotropolis. Wasteland is a post-apocalyptic festival out in the desert for like a week. Whole city gets built. It's very fun. And Neotropolis is a cyberpunk version of that is happening at the end of April. And so we build like we have a big setup out at Neotropolis. We do a big drag show and host a club and a bunch of things. But we do a couple of events in LA throughout the year as like fundraisers. And so we're doing that in a couple weeks, the beginning of April, to try it. Yeah.
Sorry, I was distracted by the chat where Nova said she only causes trouble for the D. Girl, same. She means for the DM. Yes, yeah. Girl, same. Anyways.
You also cause trouble for the DM, Kazoo.
So much trouble for him.
I'm sure he appreciates that.
I have an expensive lifestyle as an actor. I need certain requirements. Does Wasteland hire actors? Because I'm looking for work. The strike is over. Kazoo is looking for work.
Not Wasteland. We do. I know we're looking for potentially some actors for some parts in for Neotropolis, but I don't have the details on that right now. Because it is like Neotropolis more so than Wasteland is like has some LARP elements and a bigger story that happens. I'm on the writing team for Neotropolis, and we're going to be filming some pre-recorded things like some news clips and other announcements in the universe that'll be playing at specific points in the event.
Understood. I don't like the desert. I don't like sand.
I mean,
it's coarse.
And it gets everywhere.
And it gets everywhere. But I don't like it. It gets in my fur. The desert is the ocean. Is the beach without the good part.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm sorry. I'm being threatened in chat. Somebody knows where I live. It sounds like you're causing trouble for the D. Got her. Anyways, I'm going to go. The donations are there, right below, and they will be in chat if you need anything. Case, lovely talking to you. Wonderful.
You as well.
Hope you are well. Stay well. I hope you survive. If not, I'll take your stuff.
I mean, I think chat likes me, so if things go poorly, maybe they'll hop out.
Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. Maybe I will get your stuff. But I have to go now. Because I believe everybody is coming back. So.
Oh, yeah. All right.
And God needs to fix the camera, so 1 minute. Oh! I hate that guy. All right, we are letting... we had a technical issue, and Mira is rejoining us now. As Kazoo mentioned, there are donations available. You don't have to pick a gift of the mallard, but there are other good things there. The Broom of Flying, I forgot was there until, like, literally the plane was crashing last week. All right, so we're going to give Joe/God a chance to readjust our cameras.
They're already done.
They're already done. You're so fast.
That's what she said.
Oh. Well, I don't know if that's a good thing. You gave inspiration. Why didn't I hear the notification
You don't have to
go
pick
off?
a gift of the mallet.
Let's see it happen.
Oh, I can hear myself.
Sorry.
Oh! Sane cat lady, you rascal.
I have inspiration? Thank you.
You have inspiration, and all 4 players have been given inspiration.
Yeah.
So thanks to Sane Cat Lady, who donated $20 and gave inspiration to everyone.
Thank you, Sane Cat Lady.
Thank you.
You're so sane.
Thank you.
And so cat lady. Wait, all 4 players? What about the DM? I didn't get inspiration. Whatever.
You're not a player.
Whatever. I just crush a lot. That was a
Player,
90s.
not the game.
Yeah, that was a 90s joke. Let's see.
I'm old enough to understand that reference.
Oh, I see. I see why I didn't hear the notification go off. That's on me, Sane Cat Lady. Thank you. All 4 players now have inspiration. So, sorry, I was getting a message. All right, thumbs up or down around the table if you are ready to go, and we'll get started. Mira, did you thumbs up? Okay, perfect. DM gets chaos. Yeah, give me a gift of the mallard. I'll turn somebody into a duck. Anyways, so you all have inspiration now. That means you can give yourself advantage on any roll. So it's not quite a re-roll, but you can give yourself advantage on a roll. And because of the way that Roll20 works, you get to see that in real time. But do try to decide, when you want to use that and use it sparingly. Or try to use it tonight because it was donated tonight. Because I will not keep them over. Because I'm an evil person. I might keep them over. I don't know. Anyway, you have inspiration. Be inspired.
I am.
So, welcome back. Each of you have been tasked with first getting through the city, getting onto a boat, and then going to a secret location that until a few minutes ago, none of you knew existed, except for Gur, who has been there. How would you like to proceed?
So, Granny pointed at me and said that I will be leading these fine adventurers through the city. So Alex turns back to the table that's right next to them and reaches into his satchel bag and pulls out a folio and opens it up. And inside there's a number of what looks like official documents, identity papers, and just kind of like they're folded away. And he looks over at the 3 of you and says, well, we don't have much time, so only be able to do it for 1, but we can cover the other 2 easily enough. So he seems to be like looking over the 3 and assessing who them means for some quality, and then his eyes settle on Mira, and he says, you look like you're the best at talking of these 3.
Yeah, probably.
All right. So let's figure out a name for you. I am going to make you some identity papers that are going to show that you are a citizen of Kaiser and not an adventurer, so that if we get stopped on the streets on our way to the docks, we can prove who we are. And we'll have to change her appearance a little bit, but I mean, it is going to be a little hard to cover up. You look great already. I don't want to mess it up, but it'll do. It'll do. So he lays out the papers and starts like quickly like forging another set of identity papers to create a false identity for Mira.
All right. Go ahead and roll to create those.
Question: What attributes do you want me to use for that? Because that is not currently set. Intelligence or charisma?
I'm going to say that you can either use your wisdom or intelligence.
Okay.
Because it's a tool that you are already proficient in using.
Yes.
And
I'm gonna go with my intelligence. It is much better. And I think just to be extra safe, I'm gonna use my inspiration now.
okay.
To make sure that these come out very well, even though I'm rushed. Oh, can I give myself guidance beforehand as well?
Yes, you can. I was thinking it, but I didn't want to say it out loud. I was like, in my head, I was like, you should use guidance, but I'm not going to tell you that because I'm the DM.
For guidance, before I start working and writing, Alex like reaches into a pocket and there's like a little crinkling sound, and they pull out a like it looks like a bean covered in like chocolate. It is like a chocolate covered roasted espresso bean, and sticks it in their mouth and chews it up to give a little like burst of energy and cast guidance on themselves. And
Love that.
I will work
So
on
inspiration plus guidance, forging the papers for Mira's new identity.
and that is a natural 20.
That is.
And
I know you want to still add guidance to it.
I do.
Go ahead.
I do.
Go
So
ahead.
that's a 27.
Mira, what do you want your new fake name to be?
Thinking. Open to any ideas.
We're harking
I'm
back to
thinking.
when you were the human boy. The perfectly normal human boy.
While I'm working, I'll be talking with you to see like I don't know your capabilities. Are you able to change your form in any way? I want to make sure that we have that it all matches up.
I have a coat that can change that match whatever I look like. And do I have?
You do have a disguise kit.
Yeah, and I have a disguise kit, so I can a little bit, and I'm
Okay.
good with hair. I can cut hair
I mean,
and use extensions.
however you want to do. Well, we will say, what do you look like? Let's call you Rhea.
Okay, I like that.
Rhea, last name?
Human boy.
Rhea, human boy. Rhea, human boy.
Rhea Light.
Okay, Rhea Light. And
That was.
I like it.
Yeah.
How are they presenting on the documents?
Oh, still will be elf, because it's hard to cover up the ears. And we will change like the description of like the hair color that is listed, and that's pretty much it. And it will have the same signet seal for as mine, because mine is sealed that I am my fake identity is that I'm a courier that works for a duke who lives in Hubris. That duke doesn't actually exist, but nobody really checks that.
So where is where is Freya from? Or Rhea, sorry.
Rhea. Rhea is also going to be from Hubris and works for the same house and is just traveling with me is the story for this whatever the reason that we are traveling.
I'd like my last name to be Whisperwind, I think. That sounds fun.
All right.
Rhea Whisperwind.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Easy enough. So I will give you, Mira, advantage on disguising yourself. Do you want to step away from everybody to disguise yourself, or do you want to get ready in front of everybody?
I don't want to get ready in front of everyone. No,
fair.
If you need help, I am also very good with disguise.
I'll call out. Yeah.
All right. And then as I'm finishing up the paper, and I'll look at the other two, and I'll be like, as for the two of you, since we have to be quick about this, I am just going to make you both invisible while we travel through the city, and you'll just stay close behind us. And we will, if we come across any problems, we should be able to talk our way out. If we can't talk our way out, well, I look at Gur, I say, I would not want to be hit by something wielded by you invisibly, so...
Swing away.
Yes.
I have a question though, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Do I think I would have any trouble making it through to the city with this boat based off my position?
Oh yeah, you have not been able to leave the campus just like anybody else.
Okay, even though even with my
yeah,
perceptions.
you still stand out and you are still an adventurer. So they are likely to harass you specifically.
Okay.
But if they see an elf or two elves walking through an elven city, they're not going to question it. If they see a Goliath in full plate armor, they might be like, hey, what's that guy doing? So your instincts tell you this might be the best plan. When you get to the dock, though, you know that you shouldn't have a problem getting right onto the ship because the people on the ship know you. As far as the Imperial Guard goes, they don't care. They don't care about your particular position or what you normally do. Yeah. If anything, they care less.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I would say that is going to carry a lot of weight in places like Rosh Qatar or in Marth or in those areas or in specific tribal circles, which is something that is why you were chosen to work on this boat for the escort missions.
Gotcha.
But I would say as far as the High King cares, probably not in this instance. Because you're that position is not necessarily this country.
Gotcha.
And while Mira is changing her face and using her disguise kit, Alex is going to look over and look around the room for like a mirror, just to like see themselves as they do it to make sure that it's right. And their face and form is gonna like waver like magically, and they are going to change into just a few inches, like a inch or two shorter humanoid human. Well, they look like a half elf for this one. The slightly pointed ears. Androgynous but kind of femme person that is the token that you see there.
Perfect. And there is a mirror near where Larry's bed used to be, or where Larry's bed is. He's not dead yet. We'll see. We'll see after tonight.
So where once was an old man is now a young androgynous woman.
Yes. Key, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm gonna have a Key kind of have a Bob kind of settle on Mira's shoulder. The little dragonfly wings kind of retract into itself, and basically have it just like kind of look like it's powered down to look like a little brooch.
Okay. When Mira comes back, right?
Yeah.
All right, Mira, have you returned?
Yeah.
Okay. So describe what you look like now, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I get to decide.
Yeah, I mean,
Cool.
they just changed your hair color and like basic description, but
What was the hair color? I think I missed that.
It
part. I
was
reading
we
it.
didn't decide it, so it's
Okay, cool.
whatever you have decided. Because we would have talked about it through the process,
Yeah.
but now you get to describe what it looks like.
So she still wants to be young and attractive, but now she's got like silvery white long hair, probably like blue eyes, still those angular features, still very elven, and probably a little taller.
okay. All really easy things.
Mhm.
Quick and easy changes. All right, so you guys are all prepared to begin your trip through the city.
And Mira, you see a completely different person when you come in, wearing the same clothes though as Alex.
You are good with a disguise kit.
Oh, it was nothing.
So yeah, you all head out.
As we get towards the edge of the campus, that's when I will cast invisibility on Gur and Key, casting it at 3rd level so that it affects them both.
So before you do that, oh yeah, you do that. You cast visibility as you guys approach the gate, that line where soldiers once stood against adventurers. As you approach that line that nobody except for people who were quitting to be adventurers has crossed, give me a perception check, everyone. Ooh,
Natural
another
20.
natural 20.
Dang.
Just on a roll. Yeah.
Never invite a librarian to your game. All right. So, nat 20, 12, 16, and 14. For everybody who didn't get a natural 20, you notice that it's now nighttime. The guards are there, but the usual torches that sit at the front of the gate are not lit. But there are guards at the front gate. There is no physical gate at this point. It's more of like an arch that people pass through. At the top of that arch is 2 towers. Each tower has a guard in it. And then there is a guard at the bottom. The guards distinctly, as opposed to other times you've been there, are on the adventurer side of the line, not on the city side of the line as you pass through.
Is there anyone on the city side of the line, like watching?
So, Alex, with your natural 20, you do notice that there seems to be somebody on the outside who's cloaked in black that seems to be posted up, and they're occasionally just looking in the direction of the gate. They seem to have been there for a while, and they don't seem to have any distinct business there other than
Watching the gate.
watching the gate area. The rest of you don't really notice this person.
Alex, before we walk any further, what is our story?
Oh, I was here as a representative courier at a delivery from my lord, Lord Kurg, from Hubris. He has family out here, and he asked me to look in on his relative, his cousin, who is an adventurer. We came by earlier today before the guard shift changed, and now we are on our way back to Hubris to finish our business.
Right. Sounds good.
I love that. I love that for devious reasons. All right, so you guys all make it across that line.
As we leave, I will say loudly, knowing that the person is in the shadows watching us, to the guard. They'll be like, "Thank you for letting us come in and see Lord Kirk's cousin. Sorry about all of the hostilities on either side. Hopefully it gets all resolved soon. But we return to Hubris now. Have a good night."
All right. So you begin to head out. Now, invisibility, concentration spell, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
For 1 hour.
Yes.
So you all have 1 hour to make it to the dock.
Yes.
I need the people
I could
who
cast it again if we need to, if it takes too long, but...
Okay. I need the people who are invisible to roll a stealth check. Just for my own edification.
Also, when we were doing this plan, I likely would have told Alex that I can cast invisibility once as well.
Okay.
But on one of them.
Yes. I will always be on two of them. Does invisibility give a bonus or advantage?
To stealth?
Oh,
Yes.
no.
So the way it works is you are invisible in every sense of the word. You are invisible. You are see-through. You're not soundproof, which is why I'm having people do stealth checks.
Mm-hmm.
But you are also still take up a physical space. There are those things that factor into actual stealth. Yeah. So it's not necessarily that it gives you advantage. It just means even advantage, disadvantage, nobody's going to be able to see you.
Yeah.
Joe, you rolled a natural 1.
Yep.
Which is a 0. And to be fair, and out of respect for Sane Cat Lady, I have to ask, would you like to use your inspiration to turn that 0 into a 14?
I had my mic muted, and I was trying to get that out, and I forgot I muted my mic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you do.
But I'm disadvantaged, so it doesn't matter. It's still the first roll.
No, it can't. Oh.
So you're at disadvantage because you're in heavy armor.
Yep.
We could have had you store your armor while we traveled to the city, but
we could have, but we didn't.
Right.
Which is an
That was an
important
option.
I'm gonna say you still get the 14.
Okay.
For now. I'll figure out a way to balance it out, but out of respect for the inspiration.
Inspiration trumps.
Yeah.
Disadvantage.
In this instance, yes. I would say it's definitely heavier.
Gotcha.
Than a regular advantage. All right, so you guys begin to make your way through the city. I am going to roll some dice. Do not worry about that.
Never gonna worry.
It's just rolling that's happening. How do you make your way through the city?
Semi-leisurely. We're still walking with purpose. We're not walking slow, but we're not hurried. I will keep us at a nice like stroll at night kind of pace, and not going directly, but largely in the direction of the docks, with a couple of like turns to so that I can keep an eye on if that person is following us, if we have a tail. So we'll make a turn and then go halfway down the block, and I'll like stop and like check my shoes or something, or turn to talk to Mira to look to see if somebody is following us.
So that person did not follow you. But as you begin to turn in the direction of the docks and head that way, you are stopped.
Okay.
By 2 guards. Now, because it's fair and it would be common knowledge, the docks are south.
Mm-hmm.
The direction to Hubris is north.
Yes, but it is faster if we travel around. Looking at the map a little bit, is faster for us to travel over to the river on the eastern border over there for us. Is what I would be saying. We prefer to travel by boat instead of overland.
Okay. I just have to let you know.
Yeah.
That as a person who exists in this world, you would commonly know.
Yeah.
That's not exactly true. But you are stopped by 2 Imperial guards. They are heavily armored. They are wearing that distinct black armor with purple tarnishing and embroidery, and they stop you. Oi! Where are you going?
Oh, hello, good sirs. We are off headed to the docks this fine evening. We have a late ship to catch to return up the coast to get closer to Hubris. Here are my lord's orders. And I'll start
You just
rooting.
came from the Adventurers Guild, didn't you?
Yes, we had some business there to check in on my lord's cousin.
So you mean to tell me an elf lord in Hubris sent you?
Oh, he is not an elf lord, but I am just.
What kind of lord is he?
A human lord? I'm just a messenger. I'll start pulling out the documents and fumble them a little bit, like I'm a little nervous. Just like
right. Let's see your paperwork.
Like to make him feel like I am properly intimidated, to appease his ego, and like hand the paperwork to him.
Okay.
I'm also going to like reach out and like, oh, I'm sorry, is there a problem? And like Graceland like gently touch his shoulder.
Yeah, there's a problem. You haven't handed me your paperwork.
I handed both of our paperwork.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so he's just kind of this gruff looking. He's a dwarven gentleman, and it appears to be kind of like a dwarven guard, and a much larger guard that you can't really tell what he is under the helmet.
Mm-hmm.
But you have seen a soldier like this when you were escaping the prison, to where it seems to be one of those quiet soldiers and you can't see their face. So I need you to roll to convince this person.
Okay.
And you can have an advantage because of Mira helping.
I'm going to use deception. Is that right for this?
As far as that goes, yes, I would say yes, but it's kind of usually up to you. But I would say in this case, you're clearly being deceptive.
With advantage, I have 17 on deception.
Key, you wanted to say something, or did you change your mind? You're muted.
I was wondering if I could cast a guidance to help.
You can, but it risks breaking your invisibility.
But I could also cast it through my familiar.
Yes, but the familiar is attached to Mira.
Got it. All right.
But that is true. You are correct.
This gun has to be touch, or isn't it range?
I believe
Guidance
it
is touch.
Oh, okay, never mind.
17.
It also, this invisibility will end if you cast a spell, any spell.
Oh yeah, even if it's through your familiar, I guess.
Oh, okay.
He says, "All right, listen. I don't care if you go into the docks. Care what your business is. But there is a toll now. If you're heading that way."
Oh, yes, what's the toll?
Oh, you haven't heard? It's actually about 200 gold.
200 gold. Oh,
For scale, that is a significant amount of money. That's about $2,000.
just for the two of us. We're just.
Oh yeah, 100 gold apiece. You know how it is. Us soldier, security types. We gotta take care of our own, and we won't say nothing about seeing you head that way. Isn't that right, Gus? And he motions to the silent guard, and the silent guard just goes,
I'm just thinking for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see, my lord, he doesn't let me travel with that much coin. It's dangerous out there. I could give you part of it and cause no more trouble. I will not tell my lord of these new tolls that are being imposed on his couriers. He would not be happy about it.
"Well, how much you got on you?"
I can give you 50 gold.
Ooh. What about you, pretty lady? How much you got on you?
I'm afraid I've only got 35. We don't get paid that well doing our line of work.
We are working folks just like yourselves.
Mira, give me a deception check.
Mm-hmm.
And Gur, you have a finger up.
I'm gonna say Alex and Mira just feel a hand on either of their shoulders.
Okay. Ominous.
Mm-hmm. Do I have to say if I'm using advantage beforehand?
No, because we let Gur do it that way, so you could play it now. Would you like to use advantage or your inspiration?
Yeah, I would.
All right, and if that's all you got, that's all you got. It is what it is. Hard times these there. But yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll take the 80 gold, I think it was. He's clearly not good at math.
I'm gonna pull the gold out and take some of the gold from Mira, and I'm gonna count it into his hand. But I'm gonna use sleight of hand to, like, every other coin. I'm just palming back and making it sound like I'm clinking it into his hand.
Yes, you're magicianing him.
Yes.
Go for it. Give me a sleight of hand.
All right. Can I? I'm checking in my things really quick. I'm trying to remember. I'm just checking to see if certain things take concentration or not. does not take concentration, and it is no, but it is verbal, so I don't really want to. It's kind of hard to hide a little bit. No, I'll just count it in and kind of look at Mira to see if she can like distract him with some extra words while I'm doing it to get that, so I can get the help action.
Yeah, so I'll step up and so what's it like being a guard?
2, 8, 6, and well, you know,
So
I don't
that'll
want to
be,
say use the word hero, but you know,
with sleight of hand, that'll be with Mira's help, that'll be an 18.
Yeah. So you managed to only give him 20 gold,
All right.
but he's convinced you paid your toll.
Yes.
All right, then on your way.
All right, and we will continue by and head to continue towards the docks.
Okay.
As we pass, Key's gonna stay back just a little bit and pickpocket all that guard's money.
Okay, go for it.
Let's see. Oh, and oh yeah, I can't cast guidance, so I'll just let's go in raw.
You have inspiration if
True.
it's bad, so
I'm also
14.
invisible. Does that
you
help?
are. Again, invisibility is a visual thing. There's still the physical aspect of pickpocketing somebody. Oh, you lucky sod. Yeah, you walk away with his coin purse. And you are collectively, I guess, or Key at least, is up 120 gold.
Yeah.
Nice.
And after we'll pass, I'll hand Mira back her coins
Mm-hmm.
as I put some back in my pocket, down 20 gold.
Perfect. So you all make your way through the city, and for the most part, you are uninterrupted, but you are reaching the final stretch. It does take a good amount of time to get through Glassagene, as it is one of the biggest cities and capitals in the area. It is its own kingdom. And you know, you are reminded that when time is of the essence. Speaking of time being of the essence, I need a stealth check from our invisibles as we wind down, and we lost a lot of time on that.
At disadvantage for me, just a heads up.
Yep. Oh, I know. As you begin to kind of speed up your step, because you are running out of time on the invisibility, the heavy plate armor on Gur begins to kind of shift and clank the way that metal does, and you are starting to get a little bit of attention.
Key, are you able to encase me?
I don't think so.
Let me think about this in my head. Well, one, obviously consent is important, but theory.
He is a medium-sized creature as well.
Yeah.
But you just need to fill in the armor spaces. You know what I mean? You just fill in the spaces.
You're just WT40.
Right.
I always say, in theory, it's not possible because of all the equipment Key has. If Key was just pure blob, then maybe I would allow it. But I love that. It's you wearing a Key suit and sneaking around stealthily because he makes no noise is genius. And I'm gonna give you your inspiration back for that.
That's why you can't have DMs in your party, people.
No, it's great. Yeah, a suit of key. Yeah, so that was fun. You guys make it to the dock successfully. There's no issue, even with the clanking and the noise. Most people who you pass by are just regular citizens or they're Glass-Aegean guards, and the Glass-Aegean guards, they're not bothered. It's only the Imperial guards that seem to be bothering people and asking if they're adventurers and seeing their paperwork. As you guys arrive to the dock, there is the ship, where there are a crew of all genasi waiting for you as you board. When you first approach, there is a large fire genasi guard. He stands at the ramp with his arms crossed, tattoos covering his body, with a flaming hair, and almost like a torch in his own right. He is glowing to a certain degree. And as you approach, he puts up his hand and
I will, as we approach, just slowly shift my layered clothes, and I'll reveal the badge of the Adventurers Guild underneath one of the layers, and say, "Granny sends us."
I don't care who sent you. I don't know you. You don't get on my ship. And you got two weird blurs behind you. I don't like it. Who are you weird blurs?
I look around to see if there are guards.
Give me a perception check. Okay. And then Key, you had something.
I was just gonna say, Key just one of the blurs kind of waves.
14.
Okay. Gur?
What's do I know this guy's name?
Yeah, this is Kiyu.
Kiyu.
He's for lack of better term, muscle for the ship. But yeah, so you know him. With your perception check, you don't really see any guards around, but it's also dark. The docks are darker than normal. The city itself seems to be darker than normal, as there is less activity under current, policing.
I look around and I look at the blur that is Gur, and kind of motion him to come forward. I'm like, can you handle this?
So one distinct thing that you do notice is that as you approached and that they entered his lights that he was giving off, they did become blurs. And they were not just invisible anymore, similar to kind of a fairy fire effect.
Yeah.
If I had to give a word for it.
Kiyu, allow us on board. We have a mission to accomplish. The usual, but they're with us.
Did you drop your invisibility?
No. Just because I don't know if we're still being watched or not, but I figured Gur's voice might be distinctive enough.
And you sound familiar, but I don't...
Let me put on a crazy accent for you, Kiyu. Allow us on board. I have things to do.
Okay. I know Gur when he's been drinking. He does voices. He's very funny. Yeah, you guys, you come on board. Go ahead. Get on board, talk to the captain. No worries. We were expecting you.
That's what I said. And I'll
But we
turn
were
and look to
expecting
make...
him. I wasn't expecting blurs.
I thought you liked it when I was a blur.
This guy. So you guys get on board on the ship. The captain greets you.
And once we're on the ship, I will drop the invisibility. Like, once we're kind of over the railing and down, kind of out of sight a little bit.
Got it. So the captain comes out as soon as you board the ship. She is aware that you were there. She is a very lovely Genasi woman. She is an air Genasi. You notice as you board the ship that the crew is all Genasi, but they're not all of the same tribe. In the Crescent Isles, there are 4 tribes of Genasi that are mostly separate from one another, except for under unique circumstances. This crew seems to be comprised of a mix of them, which is very rare outside of or inside of the islands. That's one thing you notice. The woman captain, she comes and she goes, "And so I was told, and you can correct me, I was told that we're just making a simple trip. We're gonna go deliver some goods. It's gonna be nice and easy. But we've got 2 elves and them on board. Gur, why?
I found it's best not to judge based on appearances.
My form shifts again, and I'm a human.
And there's that. I don't know what that means, but there's that.
I don't like that. That's not even better.
He reaches into themselves and pulls out a note and does the little introduction.
Listen, that's cute as fuck, but I still don't like it. Listen, none of you are of the land, so I just want to encourage you, if you would like to not have to swim back to shore, be on your best behavior on my ship. And we will make this whole experience as quick and painless as possible.
Of course, your house, your rules.
Mm-hmm.
Stay with Gur. If anybody gives you a slide remark, I'll take care of it. But understand, we are not used to having colonizers on our ship. Yes, cute thing that I don't know what you are.
Actually, he's just gonna lean over to Mira and whispers, "He's a colonizer?"
Mira was like standing there waiting for Key to like pull out a piece of paper and do the whole thing. And like, when that didn't happen, then Mira's gonna speak up. Colonizers, excuse me?
Yes, there are the native people of the lands, the people of the land, native people, and then the people who ancestors have moved here, of which the elves are.
Actually, this time Key actually does raise their hand.
Okay. Yes, cutie.
What if you don't have ancestors?
Well, that's too deep for me. I'm gonna go drink and we're going to take off. All good?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. So you begin your trip. And for the sake of brevity, I will kind of walk through the trip itself. Despite the initial greeting, the crew is very nice. They are polite and eventually do warm up to you. At first, they are a bit standoffish because they're not used to outsiders on their ship. But through Gur and through interesting things you learn about Gur and his willingness to drink with these people, you learn that they're not so bad. But they are very distinct in their mission, which is protecting this secret and bringing supplies to these people. They are the only ship that does this. They are the only people who can do this. So they are very proud and protective of that in nature. But they do warm up to you, and they do begin to like you, and they do begin to drink with you and offer you food. And slowly you get to see that they're not so bad. And they're actually quite nice and quite festive when you get them going. But they are hardworking, and they don't. At no point are you asked to assist in any of the shipping. And if you were to offer to assist, they would not let you. They're very proud and strong and take care of the ship and take care of you as if you were precious cargo. After that initial thing, the sailing does take about a week. And where you are heading is in a direction that none of you thought you would ever be heading by sea, or kind of in general. If you look at the map at this bottom corner here where I'm clicking, this is the direction you are sailing, towards these series of volcanoes and towards what is known as the Savage Lands. For common knowledge, the Savage Lands are a unsettled area of pure jungle filled with nightmare creatures, and nobody goes in there because they usually end up dead or worse. Other common knowledge is the King of Goron is the only one who commonly sends adventurers in there. But as adventurers, you would know they don't often come back. The Savage Lands are untamed wilderness in a lot of ways. When the New World was being settled, this was the section of the world that nobody has quite gotten through yet, despite their best efforts. You are heading specifically to this river right here at the base of the mountains. Those of you who are familiar would know that this mountain range is the mountain range that leads to Durenhammer. That's where you guys went on one of your first missions into that cave, and then went back again a second time, where there was that glowing crystal that exploded, and there were spiders everywhere. So you are south of Durenhammer, hitting this river. The river is big enough for the small ship. The ship is not massive by any means, but that is by design. It is intended to do its one job, which is go back and forth between 3 ports, but not cause a scene. You do arrive without issue, but those of you who are of the more perceptive nature will notice that as you pass by those volcanoes, those mountains are very active, and they are distinctly huge, as big as any mountain you had ever seen. And then there's one other distinct feature. South of those mountains and sort of south of the map, in a section of the map that you cannot see, there is always been to the left starboard side of the ship, a storm. No matter what time of day, no matter what time of the week, that storm is consistent and unbreaking as a line across the starboard bow. You can see it far, far off into the distance. You can see lightning of all different colors crackling in that storm, and you can almost smell the rain and see the waves crashing in that area. Again, common knowledge, would know that that is the Endless Storm, and nobody has ever sailed into there and come back, ever. So you are heading between that and the Savage Lands, which is another place where nobody comes back from. Case or Alex.
Just for so you all know that during this trip, you do know that when Alex sleeps, because I'm sure we have like a shared like quarters, this like femme smaller body is as far as you know is Alex's natural form, because it's what they always turn back into when they sleep, and they do have a scar, couple of gashes that have scarred up and looks like old burns on the side of their face.
Okay. Key.
Two things. When Key sleeps, they kind of shift into their liquid form and sleeps in a bucket.
Okay.
And second thing is when we get to the place we're supposed to go, I was wondering if I could use Key's new ability as a level 3 alchemist now to create a experimental elixir.
Yeah, I'll allow you to do that as you begin to arrive.
Gotcha.
From what you guys have ascertained, the destination is at the edge of the river. You're going to the settlement, but it is not the settlement proper. This is the smaller settlement where they trade the goods and go through that. That's where you're heading. Does anybody want to do anything else while they're traveling, or any distinct thing? We'll do Gur and then Alex.
What I would have been trying to do during the week-long voyage is just talking to Mira, Key, and Alex, and just trying to get as much information about their background as I can, like where they're from, like kind of their family history, etc.
Alex is very tight-lipped about any of those details, and says it's better for you not to know. But know that I'm have my loyalties with our shared companions, and I take care of my own, and I can keep people alive. And then what Alex is doing occasionally at night, before bed, Alex has seen they have the tome that has like a embossed like fox's head on the cover of the tome. One of the back pages, it seems that they take out a pen and are writing in the book, and then they wait for a minute, and then they write again, and so Jeromy knows what I'm doing.
And Key, how much are you telling Gur about yourself?
Really all Gur could get from Key, because honestly Key doesn't even know themselves. Is their name is Key, they're from QRN, and their teacher is Master Locke, and maybe they get like a little overview of their adventures thus far, but it's the way Key kind of tells it, it's kind of all over the place, jumbled, and just kind of confusing.
Got it.
Do I get the sense that Key is lost and needs to be returned to the kebab stand?
You don't get the sense that Key is lost as much as, in a certain way, for your people, your history is your pride, and Key has lost their history. So it's kind of sad in a certain way.
He's come with me.
Yeah, it's not that Key is lost and needs to be taken back to the kebab stand. It's like Key needs to know who their grandfather is. They need to know who their ancestors are. These are important things that Key should know. And for you, for a Goliath, this would be like seeing a puppy with 3 legs. This this is sad. Like, this is missing a big, you know, it's you can't do anything, but you want to.
You know what? Whenever if Gur ever kind of presses key, it's kind of like that meme from One Punch Man. It's just like the blank face, and then there's like maybe a leaf just kind of.
Mira, how much do you want to tell Gur about yourself?
Yeah, I tell him that I grew up in a small town, Bath City. I tell him about my how Bath City was boring, and I'm trying to move to Hubris. I tell him that.
Is anything that they say sound like bullshit?
Nothing that they say sounds like bullshit. Except for Alex, who's obviously not telling you things. Key's story sounds made up, but you get the impression that they're telling the truth.
That's their story.
Yeah, it's sounds unbelievable. But it still seems believable because of who you're getting the information from. I would say no, you do know of Bath City, because you probably would have passed near it in traveling at one point. You've never been there. It is, not worthy of even being put on a map. It's such a small town. But you've heard of it. Key.
I want to say if there's like a little like in an anime, there's like a montage, like Key's story montage is like drawn by a child with a crayon.
Got it. When we can afford to have this all animated, that's what I'll do. All right, so Key and kind of everybody, I guess, you kind of settle in and begin to prep for your landing. Key, you're going to make your potion.
Yes. Roll
and
1d6.
Oh, you got a 6.
Let me see I have the table here. Oh, Key has created a potion of elixir of transformation.
God
So the drinker's body is transformed as if by alter self spell, which will last for about 10 minutes.
Okay, this would have been good for getting through the city. Well, not for 10 minutes, but it'll be useful, especially for Key, I think, in the future.
It only lasts for like 24 hours.
Oh, the potion itself only lasts for 24 hours. All right, well, have fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
You guys make your way down the river, and as you get closer to the village, there's the distinct smell of smoke. There's the distinct sounds of battle as you begin to approach.
As soon as I'm able to, I'm going to just start running towards where I know the pickup spot would be.
I wouldn't recommend running off of the boat.
Well, as I said, as soon as we're able to,
Yeah. I am going to pull us over to a new map. And I hope you like it, because I worked really hard on it. And I'm going to place each of you on the boat. Starting with Gur, because he is our cameraman Joe as well.
And I use an action in preparation as we are approaching.
You can, because I did forewarn you that there is smoke, fire, and sounds of battle. It would be very natural for you to prepare for such things.
So my preparation is I kind of swing my cane as a rod and pull like water up off of the sea around the river around us, and pull it like around my body, and it like creates an icy barrier, and I cast Armor of Agathis.
Ooh.
Nice.
I love some good flavor. Let's go. Got some umami on that spell. I love it. So, let me know when everybody can see the situation.
I can, and I also have a couple questions real quick.
Okay. Before your questions, the captain halts the ship, and she says, "You are free to go and help, but we can't get off the ship and risk the supplies by getting any closer." Key.
Two things. First thing is, how many rounds is 10 minutes in combat in D&D again?
How many rounds is 10 minutes in
Yeah.
combat?
600.
Yeah.
Did I do that math right?
It is 10 rounds per minute. Is 100 rounds.
100 rounds? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, that'll
Don't
work.
make me do math, Key. Don't.
No, I actually
How
need to
dare
know
you.
this because I might have a use for the potion already, actually. Also, on your map, I see this wooden thing across the river. I'm gonna say that is. Does those wood thing extend all the way down?
This
in
thing?
water, or just the top part? Yeah.
This thing?
Yeah.
So that is actually a gate that goes down into the water. So that
Okay.
is a gate that allows water to pass through it, but is a stopping point for anything else.
Actually, would a person be able to fit through under there?
If they were swimming, probably not, but a fish could.
What if there were a slime?
I mean, in theory, but you still have your equipment and stuff with you.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, darn.
Which we run into the issue we did on the boat that one time.
Oh, actually, I could. Might be something else I can do. Okay, all right. That's all I need to know.
All right. As you guys arrive, there is fire everywhere. Gur, who has been here before, you know distinctly that this is not how it normally looks. It normally looks like a small marketplace or a small fishing village, but it is distinctly on fire. Tents are torn and ripped, and they seem to be under the attack of lizard folk. Outside of Gur, none of you have ever seen lizard folk before. They are rare outside of the Savage Lands. They tend to stay in that area, but they seem to have made their way here. Other than that, I kind of need everybody to roll for initiative.
If we got a chance to prep anything before combat, I was going to cast Shield of Faith on myself.
I will say yes.
Okay.
Because we did Armor of Agathis. Key.
And I'm going to say Key quaffs their experimental elixir to create. They are now. Was it a alter self? They are now have aquatic adaptation.
Okay.
So, yeah, I could breathe water, and I have swimming speed equal to my walking speed, basically.
Okay. I'm curious to see where this is gonna go. Mira, did you want to do any prep? Your mirror image or anything, since everybody's throwing on armors?
You're muted.
Yeah, let me just double check. Not yet.
Okay.
Because it only lasts 1 minute, so maybe.
That's 10 rounds.
Okay, yes, I will cast mirror image.
Oh.
And then
Alex, can I have you roll your initiative one more time, please?
Okay.
The DM messed up and actually accidentally deleted it.
are we rolling now?
And I'll give you the higher score because that was my mistake. Yes, please roll for initiative. And then I have to roll for initiative for all of these lizards. Okay.
Question. The lizards are attacking the people, right? The lizards are the enemy, or are the lizards the people we're fighting, or?
They do seem to be attacking and burning down the halfling village.
Okay, gotcha.
And they have noticed the ship as it pulled in, or at least these two down here have. We are going to go to Mira first. And then Alex, you're on deck. Followed by Key. And then Gur, you're bringing around the tail end with some lizards. Tail lizards. Anyways.
Can I get just an overview again of what I'm seeing?
Mm-hmm. So you should be able to see everything kind of from where you are. I didn't put up barriers here, but it's hard to make out what's behind those walls. You can see that there are people there. And you can see that there are lizard folk, there are bodies of lizard folk and halflings on the ground. There is fire on most all of the tents. And there appears to be, two lizard folk at least pointing their arrows in your direction. And then upriver, there's that gate and fence. And there's also... Yeah, it's kind of it. There's a lot of dead or wounded on the ground. And it seems to be the lizard folk have set fire to the fence or the wall in an attempt to try to burn that down along with everything else. Past the gate, you can see that there is a very large lake that the river leads to, but there is no way to get to that lake directly. 1 second, Key. And I would say that the other thing that you notice is that the lizard folk are armed with weapons, including bows and something else I forget. I'd have to check their sheet. And yeah, they do seem sort of organized in their attack. But there are a few people still holding out up at the top. Key.
Can you put my familiar token on the map?
Oh, Bob.
Yeah. Sorry. And can you attach it to Gur?
Mira?
Actually, Gur.
All right. So I'm just going to have it... I'll move him wherever Gur moves.
Gotcha.
Because I can't put him on top of him without
understandable.
messing up.
So just in mind, it's on Gur's shoulder or something.
Okay. Mira, you're up first.
Yeah. And one last question. Can I tell how deep the water is from that we've been on?
It's pretty deep, but you can make it to land where the ship is. It's saddled up to land, so you guys can come down off a ramp in that direction.
Okay.
But the water it's deep enough for an ocean-dwelling boat to get through. So it's pretty deep. At least up to this point, it's pretty deep.
Yeah. Okay, well then I'm not gonna move yet. But I'm gonna... Do I have a clear line of sight on this guy?
I would say that you do.
Okay.
Yeah, 45 feet.
Shoot a firebolt at him.
Okay. Do it. A 20 definitely hits. Mira with the first kill of the night. What does it look like when you launch your firebolts at this?
I pull out my cutting shears from my back pocket and point it at the lizard, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. And I just almost lazily whip my shears and a little mote of fire, but the glow of the fire is kind of like prismatic and multicolored, and it hits the lizard.
And with a little bit of a gurgle, it just right down. Alex, you are up next, and
Right.
Key, you're going to be on deck.
I'm just going to assume that the first two are going to be difficult terrain, just to get off the boat.
No, I didn't add the ramp there, but there's.
Oh, okay. Then I'm going to move here. Running out. I'm going to pull out my cane. I'm using a bonus action to cast Shillelagh on the cane to make it into a weapon.
Okay.
And then I swing it around and point it. And as I point it, white orange light like travels up Alex's arm and down the cane, and I'm casting Firebolt at the one in front of me.
Well, we know that it works. If it ain't broke.
And that's a 1 to hit.
That is a natural
One.
one. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, a 1 does not hit.
Yeah. No.
In fact, there was like a halfling that was kind of like maybe I'm gonna make it out of this fire here, and then you hit them with fire.
No.
So, accidental friendly fire. But you didn't hit them directly. You just hit the building that was on fire, and now it is more on fire.
Okay.
Let's say that.
Okay.
So they were trying to escape this burning building, and you made it more burning.
I'll be right over there. I'm sorry. And that's it for me.
Perfect. Well, not perfect, but funny. So then that's this guy's turn. He is going to take a shot at Alex with his sling. Does 7 hit you?
No.
All right. He misses. As the rock from the sling just kind of goes right past you, in a very sad attempt on your life. But serious, very serious
Very
and
serious.
sad attempt. He, you are up, and Gur, you are on deck.
All right. Well, Key's gonna kind of runs to the front of the ship and dives into the water. As they're diving, I'm gonna say the potion kind of takes effect. What looks to be kind of fins around their legs and wrists kind of appear, and I'm gonna take Dash is gonna Key is going to take the dash action.
Okay.
So that's 60 feet. So let me just measure real quick. Wait.
You could do that as a bonus action, right?
Oh, wait.
Because you're a rogue.
Oh, yeah, I can. I'll do that then. Bonus action, and let's see, 60 feet's right there. So Key is going to move there.
So I'm gonna say, as like you hit the water, your feet kind of become like a slime mermaid tail, and you just right through the water.
Gotcha. So this need to double check. It's right there. So
What kind of armor are you in, Key? Just so
they are in, I believe, leather armor.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna double check speed on that.
You just made Case like cringe as you got all that leather wet.
Let's see here. From here, see bonus action, movement. Does Key have a clear line of sight with? Actually, I can measure actually. Yes.
No.
No. Okay, never mind. The tent's blocking, right?
Yeah, the tent and smoke and the things inside of the tent. Yeah, no clear line of sight there.
Gotcha.
You
Then
could move another 30 feet if you want to dash again. as an
Actually, yeah.
action.
I'll do that then.
But that does take your action.
Yes. So let me just measure out really quick. Okay, and also since I'm a level 3 rogue, I have second story work, which allows me to climb faster than normal, and climbing no longer costs me extra actions.
Okay.
So he is going.
I mean, it still counts your movement.
Yeah.
So you're not going to make it all the way up that thing.
Okay, so where would I stop then?
You're 30 feet, right?
This is 30 feet.
So right there.
Right there? Okay.
So that's at the base and beginning to climb. That's not...
Gotcha.
So up it is going to be another 5 feet.
Gotcha.
Or,
So,
sorry, 10 feet?
mhm.
However it measured out on the grid.
And also I'm going to make note that keys, like, they're not, like, above the water. They're under the water. Hopefully they're kind of, like, unnoticeable at this point since nobody
Give me
really...
a stealth check.
Yeah. Oh, stealth check? Okay.
Sure. Why not? You're stealthing under the water like the Little Mermaid. Let's do it. I like how Key just jumped off the ship and started... Key wanted to be where the people are.
Yeah. Gotcha. So
That's sleight of hand, not stealth.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
Okay.
They're right next to
believe
each
you-
other.
You believe you are hidden.
Gotcha. And I will Key will end their turn there.
All right, Gur, you are up.
All right. First, I'm going to use my movement to go 30 feet to bring me right here. Then I'm going to use my action to dash to go another 30 feet. So that's going to bring me right here.
Okay.
Then I'm going to use my...
Before you do that,
Yep.
the path you took does bring you to an attack of opportunity right here,
Okay.
because you're going to go through the square next to him. So he is going to take a swing at you as you run by.
Sure.
Given how dangerous he is, I hope you're concerned.
I'm shaking in my boots.
Does a natural 20 hit you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk smack on the lizard man now. I didn't think he'd hit a single shot tonight, so good for him. So you're going to take 8 piercing.
8 piercing, okay.
Yep. All right, now you arrive at the spot you wanted to be.
How do I roll a concentration check for my Shield of Faith?
You would...
It's a Constitution saving throw.
Yes.
So,
So it will be under your... It says saving throws specifically.
okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool. So as I get to that position, I'm going to use my Channel Divinity as a bonus action to issue a Champion's Challenge. So I will put that in the chat for you so you can see it.
Okay.
Every creature of my choice within 30 feet needs to... It considers... They make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
And if they pass, then they can't move. If they fail, rather, they can't move more than 30 feet away from me, and they're all drawn towards me to do battle.
All right, you are going to get everybody but one lizard folk. One lizard folk.
Okay.
I don't want to be rude. They're people. If there are any lizard folk in the chat, I apologize. So yeah. So they need to make a wisdom save,
Yeah.
which I'm
And
sure is like
that-
their best stat.
Is I mean, if it goes off my spell save DC, it's 14.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't. And then the other two... Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a kobold. That's the wrong guy. Oh wait, no, that's the right.
Yeah.
That's the right stat block. Sorry.
Is
I
it the
made-
same guy that hit him? Got the natural 20 again.
Yeah, I think so.
Son of a bitch.
That guy is not having any of your shit today. He's a serious threat, and you will take him serious. I forgot I made these lizard folk homebrew, so that's why I said kobold. Cool. Yeah, so the other two they have to attack you, right? And head in your direction.
All it says is I issue a challenge and they're compelled to do battle with me. If they pass their save, they just can move away from me.
Yeah.
So I think it still affects all three of them. Like they still all want to fight me, but only the two that have failed have to only move closer to me.
All right. So on a failed save, the creature can't willingly move. Compels other creatures to do your choice. This effect ends if you're incapacitated. Yeah, I guess they're all gonna attack you. I'm fine with that. That guy's got another nat 20 in him for sure. All right, so that brings us to the lizard folk who is directly north of you. He is going to have his character sheet load, hopefully. Roll 20. Don't do this to me, Roll 20. I mean, Roll 20 is perfect, and they should sponsor us, and it always works. And I've never had an issue with it. You guys can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to refresh roll 20. And it is not refreshing. All right. Other things are working. It's just the character sheets. All right. 1 second. Thank you, Roll20. Everything is working perfectly. I don't know why you had to ask otherwise. Is anybody else having trouble?
Nope.
I'm good.
Girl's just sitting there now in the middle of all these people like, come on, give it to me.
Give it to me.
Do it to me.
He's been drinking. He does voices when he drinks. We're learning about Gur tonight. It does specifically seem to be roll 20. All right. Well, oh, it just cut out and it's still trying to refresh. All right. I'm gonna do this old school. I'm gonna grab some dice. Hold on. Or we could take a quick break if anybody needs a break. If anybody wants to do a potty or... No, everybody's good? All right. Get these dice. It's weird that it looks like on my side that the internet went out, but it's clearly still here. All right. That lizard guy north of you is going to try to hit you with his sling attack. So he's going to shoot. I am assuming a 6 does not hit you.
Nope.
So that is his turn. And the one who is north of you is going to he's not really attacking, but he seems to be in the middle of casting something. He's sort of glowing. It seems to be a sort of ritual spell, and he's pushing it through an arcane focus that seems to be something in his hand.
Which far north is this? Like the one directly north or the one further north?
Well, I don't have a map, so he is the one further north, right at the wall.
Gotcha.
That was in your 30 feet, and the one that is to his left, he's still sort of setting fires.
Gotcha.
Yeah, literally everything but roll 20 is loading for me. I can get on Facebook. I can get Crunchyroll. I can watch anime right now. Just roll 20 for some reason. I don't know what to do in this situation. Oh, wait. And God said, let there be light.
No, I didn't.
There we go. There we go. All right. Did the music stop when I left?
It just restarted.
It just restarted them.
Okay, perfect. All right, so that's his turn. The lizard folk, who seems much bigger than the other lizard folk, he seems to be casting some sort of spell and into a focus that he seems to have in his hand. That's going to bring us to Mira's turn.
All right. Mira is going to jump off the boat. What's my speed? 30. Okay.
And I seem to be working fine now. I apologize, guys, in chat for the issues. I will write a strongly worded letter.
And seeing how effective the first firebolt is, Mira's going to target this other lizard person and shoot another firebolt.
Got it. What's the worst that could happen?
Mm-hmm.
A 16 definitely hits. Mira, what does it look like?
It's the same. But the other one, like,
In a similar fashion, as it drops in ashes to the ground. You still have more movement, or
no, that was
you
my
used all
full
of it?
movement. Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
Nope.
Alex, it is your turn.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I am going to, as I'm moving, I'm going to use the action of my Rada the Pack Keeper to regain a spell slot.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use a bonus action. Looking around as I'm running, do I see the halfling that is stuck in the burning building? Does he look hurt?
Oh yeah, he's crawling.
Okay,
Trying to crawl out of that
I'm
burning
gonna
building.
look over at him and I'll use my bonus action and I'm gonna like give him like a cheerful like smile and say, "You got this. We're here. Don't worry, I'm here." And you do kind of like an All Might smile. And I'm gonna use my bonus action to use my my class feature of Healing Light to heal him 1d6.
Okay. All right. He's now kind of crawling at a much quicker pace out of the flaming building that was more fire.
And so he'll heal 3 hit points.
Got it. And that's your turn?
Yes.
Key, you are up. Gur, you are on deck.
All right, he's gonna scamper up that fence, that
Okay.
wood thing. So
So you need to go up and down.
up and down. Okay.
If you're trying to get to the ground on the other side,
Is it water on the other side? You could just jump in the water.
you could just jump in the water.
Yeah, that's what I was planning on doing.
Okay.
Okay. So
Past me, Dion.
right here, 15. 15. I still have another 15 movement speed. 1, 10, 5, 10, 15. Actually right here. And from there, do I have clear line of sight to the lizard folk? The one casting a spell?
From there, you have obstructed line of sight. You can see him through the slits of the gate, but he is on the other side of a gate similar to the one you just climbed up.
Actually, then if I was on top of the gate, then would I have line of sight then?
If you were still up here,
Uh-huh.
I would say yes.
Okay, can I should just go back there then?
Yes. Yeah, I'll let you do it.
Cool. All right, from there, he is going to shoot from their magical crossbow.
Okay.
Would that be a sneak attack if they have advantage? If they have advantage to get sneak attack?
I would say they are not aware of you because they are compelled to fight Gur. So I would say yeah.
All right, cool. So sneak attack and hopefully break their concentration. That's weird. I rolled, but nothing's showing up in chat. Is it showing up for anyone else?
No.
Nope.
Okay, I will roll again then, I guess. Okay, I rolled again and... Oh, there it is.
There it is.
A 21.
Does that hit?
A 21 does hit. And breaks the shield that you did not know was there.
Gotcha.
There was a shield forming around him.
Uh-huh.
So you break the shield. It doesn't do damage to him, but the shield itself shatters. And I will go ahead and let you know you needed to roll pretty high to actually hit that shield.
Gotcha.
Break it. To do damage. So you successfully hit something that you did not even know was there.
Hooray!
And broke it.
Yay! Breaking
Good.
things.
Good job. What do you want? Do you want to use the rest of your movement to move where you were saying, or do you want to stay where you're at?
You know what? I will move just one more space, staying on top of the gate thing.
Okay.
Right there.
Gotcha.
In my turn.
All right, Gur, you are up.
All right, I'm going to move up 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm going to then use my first attack to just kind of swing my longsword around and stab this guy.
The very definite threat of this lizard. Oh,
dang it!
He's.
Oh.
I think we found your weakness. It's lizard folk.
Goliaths and lizards, natural enemies.
Natural enemies. Yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
All right, I'm going to use my other attack then to take out this guy.
Well, so that first swing, that natural one, you go to swing back, and you kind of graze your own leg as you try to flashily swing back to look cool for your new friends.
Yeah.
And you're gonna take the 5 slashing, or sorry, you're gonna take half of the 5 slashing. So you'll take 3.
Okay.
Because you're still wearing armor and stuff, but you nick yourself, like cutting yourself shaving. A 25 though will definitely hit him.
So,
What does it look like when you
this-
kill this tiny lizard man
just
who has
curious.
made a fool of you?
Just curious, the damage there. Do I have to add the extra 2 from my fighting style, or does that already calculate in there?
It looks like it's already calculated in there.
Because I have a D8 plus 3 plus 2.
It's not calculated in there.
D8 plus 3 plus 5 plus 3?
Plus 2. No, it's just a D8 plus 3 plus 2.
That only has the D8 plus 3.
Okay, so yeah, you can add a...
2 more damage.
All right.
Yep.
So I know it doesn't matter for this, but I want to know for the future if I got to add that in.
It doesn't have to be re-rolled. It's just 2 extra damage.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like before the game, I had to add the +4 to my 2 spells because it didn't recognize
It doesn't draw in those other character sheet stuff. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
I still have my aura of battle. What's it called?
Yep.
Of the champion challenge going out towards, and now that it's within 30 feet, that other guy should be in it as well. If I don't know if it is constant or if I have to issue it every time to draw new people in. I just know that if I move outside of 30 feet, it goes away from them. So I didn't know if...
No, so you have to issue it every time, so it's not like a...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you issue it, and then whoever is affected will be affected for the duration.
Or they leave 30 feet.
Yeah, right.
Gotcha.
But new people that enter are not affected because they weren't there when it first first happened.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to look at the guy...
when you issue the challenge.
So I'm going to look at the guy that is casting the spell that Key just knocked the shield down. And as I stab into the guy and drop him down, I'm just going to look towards him and pull my sword out and move forward.
You're gonna mad lizard him.
Yep, and I'm gonna.
So another gurgle as another lizard folk falls.
I'm gonna use the rest of my movement, which I think is 10 feet, and I'm gonna go 10 right here.
And I'm moving Bob with you for the record.
Yes. What is Bob doing, by the way?
He's just attached to you. He's a little robot thing, and he's chilling on your shoulder.
Yeah, it's my familiar. So basically, if I need to cast a spell that's touch on you, I can do that through Bob.
Gotcha.
Like healing and stuff.
But as far as your character knows, he's just
got
on
this
you.
Mosquito on me.
Yeah. So, yeah, you guys are tearing through these enemies real fast.
Tactics.
Be a real shame if there was something else.
No, it wouldn't. It'd be great. Wouldn't love that.
You shut your mouth.
That lizard folk reaches up to its mouth and blows through a horn. And a sound sort of resonates. And then that sound is met by the sound of thunder.
Is he casting a spell?
It seems like he is using some sort of spell to go through this horn that he is blowing into.
I'm gonna counterspell it if I can. I'm within 60 feet.
Nice.
Yeah. Don't let DMs play D&D.
Never let your DMs play D&D with you.
Yeah, I'll give you the chance to counter it.
Okay, because if it's higher, I'll have to roll. So that is just my casting modifier, I believe. Let me double check that. Make a DC.
It's weird being on this side of the table because I've counterspelled so many things.
All right, so let's see this. Will that go through? Oh no! I wish I had my inspiration still.
No.
Can I use my inspiration on him?
No.
You're
lucky I allowed the counterspell.
Where are you at, Sane Cat Lady? Give me
Sane Cat Lady. Yeah, so his spell does go through. The sound resonates into the air, and you hear thunder sort of shake the ground, and from the west, where there is thick trees and jungle, with a green glowing aura, comes charging in to the battle a large... Well, let me just show you.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
King of dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus Rex.
That's
I wish.
And before you know, because of its speed, it is right on top of you.
I wish Kadir was here with his polymorph thing.
this is fine. Everything's fine.
Everything is
Turn into a
fine.
chicken.
I'm literally surrounded by fire right now. I'm the meme. This is fine. Everything is fine.
So I'm adding him to the order. Because of his high initiative, he is going to move right after the lizard folk's turn, or the shaman's turn. The shaman.
The initiative went out of order, or it's no longer in descending.
Oh. Well, there we go. I'm just gonna have. He got a 19, so he's coming in hot. The Rex is going to immediately take a shot at our guest, Alex. Thank you for being here.
I see why you invited me
with a bite.
to be a dino snack.
Dang.
Dang! What?
I'm guessing
Rude.
a 27 does hit you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep. Ow.
How-
He will take 15 cold damage.
Yes, he does. Armor of Agathis.
But that doesn't help a ton for my hit points.
It's a little give and a little take. So you're going to take 44 piercing, and
And I'm grappled.
you are grappled. So
Oh.
you are in its mouth.
oh, I have an idea, but there might be casualties.
On the plus side, it can't hit you with its tail now because you are grappled. So,
Yeah, that's
all right.
great.
Mira, you are next. Alex, you are going to be on deck, and then Key, and then Gur.
So, grappled, if it were to... I think I know the answer to this. If it were to run away, would it take Alex with it?
I mean, wouldn't you?
Probably. Okay, so that changes things. I'm going to cast...
I like where your head's at, though.
Yeah. I'm not going to move. I'm going to cast MILF's Minute Meteors.
Ooh. You're gonna cast MILFs? MILFs. M-E. I'm gonna say it's MILFs. You
Okay.
cast MILFs Minute Meteors. Hell yeah.
And so these 6 tiny meteors start floating around me. And then I am going to use my bonus action to shoot 2 of the meteors. One at the T-Rex. And then let me see my distance. I might be both with T-Rex. Hold on.
Yeah, if you're trying to hit that other guy, I don't think you make it.
I'd make
Oh.
any of this. It's 120 feet.
I need to make this map bigger. All right.
Um,
Do it.
So yeah, I'm gonna shoot one at the shaman and one at the T-Rex.
Okay.
Actually, hold on. One at the, I got a better line of sight at the other one, so not the shaman. The other dude, I can't really see.
Because then you won't hit Gur with the splash.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so a creature takes 2d6 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful save. All right, so T-Rex, famously dexterous creatures with their tiny hands. All right, so roll for the damage on the Rex.
It already rolled. Does that count for the whole spell or just for the first turn? Because I rolled a 1.
Yeah, I think it cast.
Each meteor should
Yeah.
roll separately.
Yeah, I think each one will roll separately. We'll count the
Okay.
5 for the first one, though.
Okay. And then
Then
2d.
The other small lizard folk, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Failed.
And so roll for damage on that one.
Cool. Better. 11.
He is dead.
All right.
Instant.
Mira's just the lizard killer right now.
Yeah. They should fear you.
That was my action and bonus action. So now I have 4 meteors left.
Okay. And do you want to move closer
No.
or anything? You should...
No.
Sure.
Mira, no.
it's just a big little lizard. Alex, it is your turn. Obviously, you're in a bit of a bind.
And I'm not very good at getting out of those binds, so I am not going to. I am going to hit its nose with my cane and say, "No, bad boy, drop it."
Yes. Give me the sweet shillelagh action and give me animal handling for fun.
That's 25 to hit, and that's 11
Wow.
bludgeoning.
Yeah, you definitely hit him. I mean, if you missed from that range.
And 11 animal handling.
Okay. Are you going to? You're not trying to escape the grapple right now, right?
No.
All right.
But I will have something with my bonus action.
What's with your bonus action?
I am going to use Healing Light on myself and expend 4 of my dice to heal myself for 46.
Okay, go for it.
That only rolled 1 of them. Okay, so roll 3 more this way. So I'll heal 12.
Nice. Alex determined to not be the first guest to die on our show.
And that's me.
All right. You're up. Gur, you are on deck. And then Barney after that.
Does Key know if they kill the lizard folk, if the T-Rex would disappear?
Oh,
or
I have an
stay
extra spell slot still. I forgot about that. Okay.
Yeah, you regained a spell slot.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You would have no way of knowing that. Because 1, you've never seen a lizard folk in your life. 2, you've never seen a T-Rex in your life. And yeah, you don't really know what he did specifically,
Okay.
spell-wise.
Tell me, would this work? I want to cast Catapult on that flaming tent across from the T-Rex to envelop the T-Rex's torso, not the face where it's grappling. Alex.
I'm gonna say no because the catapult requires it to not be attached, and the tent is grounded.
All right. Darn. Okay.
I know you love catapult, but you gotta get away from it.
All right. You know what? He's just gonna steady aim and aim at the lizard folk there.
Go for it. $16 definitely hits.
Okay, so that's 13. Is the damage modifier +1 from it being my infusion added to this as well, or not?
It's sneak attack 6 + 4, and the piercing is the D8 + 2. So no, it didn't add that.
Okay, so
It's one more.
yeah.
Okay.
And I believe that is going to be the end of my turn then.
All right. That brings us to Gur. And then Barney the Dinosaur up next
Help.
on Fox Kids. Who are you swinging at?
You're muted.
Yeah, you're.
Right away, I'm swinging at the lizard guy right next to me.
All right, go for it. So 19 definitely hits.
It's 11 slashing damage.
All right, he is looking rough.
Balls.
I'm talking green blood oozing out of him.
Do you have a spell slot?
I do. I'm holding it.
That's fair.
Um,
We do have a bigger threat now.
I'm gonna trust Key here. I'm gonna trust Key.
All right, are you going to move or
Yep.
use a bonus?
No, we're gonna move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
All right, you are going to take an attack of opportunity.
Bring it on.
He's going to try to bite you as you go away. 14 does not beat your AC
No, it does not.
because you are a Goliath in plate armor.
Yep. So I'm gonna then use my second attack against the T-Rex.
A 10?
Yeah.
Well, we have a roll at this table, and it's meets beats.
Okay. If it meets it, beats it. That's 13 damage. Plus, I'm gonna pump a Divine Smite into it using a second level spell slot. So that's gonna be 3d8 extra damage.
All right, give me the total after you roll those.
Okay. 3d8.
So 13 on top of 13.
Yep.
26. Nobody judge me. I was educated in the South. All right.
And then
Doing math on camera is hard.
how far up is Alex?
He is probably a little over 15 feet
right.
in the air in this thing's mouth.
All right.
And it is a very, yeah, I would say 15 to 20 feet in the air right now.
All right. If that is the case, I'm gonna use.
Oh, this is the case.
How far?
Ah,
How hurt is Alex looking?
I am. I have more than half my hit points at the moment now that I healed myself. But I can't not take another bite that is strong. If it rolls that well again.
All right, then I'm gonna use another Channel Divinity with a bonus action,
Okay.
and you're gonna regain 1d6 plus 3.
If I can like metagame say something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
nope,
Yeah. No.
nope.
No. Okay. That's fair.
All right, well then it's gonna be So you gain 6 hit points.
Okay. That's fair.
All right. Gur, is that your full turn?
That is everything I can do.
All right, on deck. I love you. You love me. We're a great big family. With a crunch from me to you. Does a 16?
Yes.
Oh.
'Cause my AC is crap. 4d12? 11, 12? What the?
Yeah, it rolled an 11, a 12, and a
11
two 12s.
12. It's
Yeah.
2 points from maximum.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm unconscious. Also, yeah. I thought it was just gonna swallow me, but
Not yet, but I wouldn't give me ideas.
that's fair. All right. Well, I'm unconscious, and that's me.
Okay. All right. Lizard folk shaman, who is not doing too well. Is a druid, but doesn't have any good druid spells. He is going to run towards Gur, who he's still compelled with.
If I'm at 30 feet, he's no longer compelled.
Okay. Yeah, but he is going to begin to try to limp away, actually. So he is not going to get far, but he is starting to retreat. And that's Mira, and then Alex, you are going to be up next, and I will explain to you how death saving rolls work at my table.
Cool. So question, because this T-Rex ran through fire, right?
No.
No, it didn't.
Nope.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm not gonna respond.
Okay.
All right. Well, then I'm gonna cast Tasha's Mind Whip at it.
Okay.
Intelligence saving throw. Oh damn. Rolling so poor on my damage.
It is a T-Rex, famously the smartest of the dinosaurs. Definitely does not beat your thing. So it takes 9 psychic damage. What is the rest of the effect?
And then it can't take a reaction until the end of its next turn. And on its next turn, it must choose whether it gets a move, an action, or a bonus action. It only gets one of the 3.
Got it. That's actually really good because of things.
And then for my bonus action, wait, how is it looking?
It's looking like it's taken some hits. You've never seen a T-Rex before in your life, but you know what a creature looks like when it's wounded. It definitely has some spots that are kind of bloodied. I would say it's not quite limping or heavily damaged, but it is getting there.
Mm-hmm.
If I was to put it in layman's terms, probably around half of as good as it looked when it arrived.
Yeah, then I'm gonna shoot my 2.
Oh, and
meteor.
distinct note, the green glow around it is gone.
Okay. I'm shooting my 2 meteors at it.
Hell yeah. Shoot your MILF meteors.
Yep. So it needs to do a dex saving throw, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Can I say MILF Meteors needs to be put on a t-shirt? I'm just saying.
So it fails both.
Oh yeah.
So first meteor does 7 damage.
Okay.
Second meteor does 4 damage. God damn.
Nice. So 11. So that's your action, your bonus. Do you want to move close?
Nope. No. Oh.
All right. Well, I had to
Where I
ask.
stay, and I have 2 more meteors around me. So.
Okay. And that's your whole turn?
Mm.
All right. Alex, before you roll, at my table, I don't like death saving throws. I don't like when somebody is put in this position because it feels like you're getting a turn, but you're not getting a turn. When you roll your death saving throw, and I kind of should have prepped you before this, but you're a smart person and you're quick thinking. If it's positive, you relive a happy memory that makes you want to keep living and fight for your life. When it's negative, you relive a sad memory.
Okay.
That's something that you roll and then you give us a memory.
Okay.
So you don't feel like you completely wasted a turn. Because I personally hate that when I'm in a death saving throw situation.
No, I like it. All right. So that's a success.
That's a success. Tell us a happy memory that Alex has.
At first, Alex didn't want to take the job. This person asked them to steal a book. How much trouble could you get in stealing a book? It was a dark night. It was quiet. They slipped in. They found the book they were looking for. Had a fox on the cover. It was embossed leather. It seemed nice, special, but there were definitely more valuable books in this library. But they slipped out, a young teenager on the streets of Hubris, and took it back and found their client to give them this book.
Perfect. A job well done. So that is your turn. Key, you are up. Gur, you are up next.
All right. He is going to once again take steady aim and fire at the lizard folk. Druid. That we know. Let's see here. Here it is.
Technically a shaman, but you know.
I
mad
heard you
that
said
he does-
druid earlier. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going off of that.
I was gonna have him heal himself. He doesn't have any healing spells.
Oh!
Nice.
I believe in that 20 hits. What does it look like when
Okay.
you drop this not druid?
The scene goes into kind of like, for some reason, modern times. Up on a skyscraper. There's a sniper aiming their rifle down there. But then all of a sudden it shifts and the scene turns into Key with their magical crossbow. And the point of view goes from the bolt itself, firing out. It follows the bolt and it aims right there as, you know, he goes, "Hi!" The lizard folk turns up. Right between the eyes, the head explodes.
I don't know where you think we're getting this animation budget, but and
Dream big.
yeah, with a sad girdle, his headless body flops to the ground, leaving only the T-Rex as a threat.
Let's see here. I don't usually play characters with familiar, so correct me if I'm wrong. Can I do anything with my familiar that's on
So you can make it move.
Okay.
up to 30 feet. And it has flying movement because it flies.
Okay.
So you can move it, and then you can cast stuff through it. And then I believe that homunculus have their own.
Yeah, I have a force attack. I know that.
Yeah.
I was wondering if I could cast, but I already used my attack action, so I can't cast a spell, right?
Not if it's
Unless
an
it's a
action.
bonus action.
Unless it's a bonus action. All right, you're gonna have to survive for one more turn.
That's okay.
I think they're gonna be fine, but
All right.
that's all up to Gur, who is now up, and then Mira, you're gonna be on deck after our T-Rex.
Mm-hmm.
Well, instantly gonna just start hacking into this T-Rex. First attack is gonna be,
Nice.
so that's a 7 slashing damage.
Okay.
I'm gonna pump another 2nd level Divine Smite into it.
Okay. What's the bonus effect of Divine Smite?
It's first level spell slot gives you 2d8, and every spell slot or every level above it adds another d8.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it did something.
It does extra things if it is a fiend or undead.
Right.
Got
or
it,
if I
thank
cast
you.
like a spell like Enduring Smite
Searing.
or Searing
Yeah.
Smite, or yeah.
Got it.
What did I say?
Just wanted to make sure because I know the smites all do a different thing.
Yeah. So that's 3d8. Which blows.
So 11 plus 7?
Yep.
18 total? All right.
And then I'm gonna hit him again.
Nice.
Oh, you
Just barely hit with another 7.
just barely hit with another 7.
And then I'm gonna do pump another 2 level 1 Divine Smite into him. Actually, I can't. I only have 4 Channel Divinities, so that one does not count. I apologize.
You don't use Channel Divinity for Divine Smite. You use spell
There you go.
slots.
So that's another 14 damage for that one.
How many spell slots do you have left, though?
I have plenty of spell slots left.
Okay. I'm trusting you.
Yep.
So how
I'm
much?
keeping track. I used my 2nd level, and then I used 1 level 2.
That's first level.
I have 2 more 1st level spell slots left, and I have 2 more Channel Divinities left.
So that second attack was 21 damage total.
There you go.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. All right. They are looking rough.
If that's the case, with a bonus action,
Jeez.
You already did
No.
your bonus?
He doesn't use his bonus.
Okay.
I'm gonna then use. Oh, he's out of range, isn't he?
Who?
Alex.
Alex is not out of range for anything you want to do.
Okay.
I could tell you because of the way that the dinosaur is holding him. I haven't moved their token, but their token is probably realistically somewhere like there in the air.
So can I use lay on hands on them or no?
Oh no, you can't reach up and touch
Okay.
them. Like you can't jump up and high five them. They're dangling hand.
Can I use another Channel Divinity of Turn the Tide to bolster an injured creature? They have to be
Sure.
within 30 feet of me.
Sure, put it in the chat. I think you'll learn. I'm very okay with most things.
Yeah, that works.
Whoa.
Go ahead.
There is a problem.
Yep.
I'm gonna allow it to happen this time. But you have to be able to hear it happen. And I would say that an unconscious creature can't hear it. A creature of your choice that can hear you within 30 feet.
I'm channeling into the subconscious mind of Alex.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it happen this once, but in the future, they do need to be able to hear you.
All right. Well, then they get 4 hit points.
Ooh. Conscious.
Alex, you're awake and alive and still in the mouth of a dinosaur.
Yes.
But not
Dang.
dying.
But good news, bad news. The T-Rex thought you were dead. Sorry, Gur, that's your turn, right?
That is my turn.
Okay, you did so much. The T-Rex thought you were dead, so it's actually going to let you go and then go to bite at Gur.
Give it to me.
Yeah, you say that now.
Come on, Big T.
Wow.
You ain't got shit, Big T.
So that's a 12. It doesn't hit.
No, it doesn't.
But T-Rex have multi-attack.
Bring
Oh,
it.
But
no.
he can't.
But it can't because of Mira.
Yeah.
Damn it! I was holding that in my sleeve.
T-Rex starts to come down and just punch it in the face. Like, yeah!
All right, Mira, you're up, and then Alex, you do take a fall, but you're only going to take 2 damage from your fall.
Ooh. Ow.
All right.
But good.
Ow, but alive to say
Yes.
ow.
So, starting with my bonus action, shooting my last 2 meteors at him.
Go for it.
All right. I need
Dex save, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. Be the ninja. Be the wind, T-Rex. Be the wind.
Feel the rhythm.
Saves once, takes half
feel the rhythm.
damage.
It's bobsled time.
3.
So 3, and then doesn't save the other one.
7.
10.
How is he looking?
I mean, he's seen better days. I would say not quite on death's doorstep,
Mm-hmm.
but bloodied for sure. There are chunks of meteor in its skin. Ironically, the thing that killed the dinosaurs is what you are pelting it with. And I appreciate that. I appreciate good irony.
You should deal double damage, actually.
This is weakness.
If it was smarter, it would be very traumatic and mental damage.
Okay. I gotta measure something really fast. Bang. Okay.
Please don't.
Nope. Not happening.
Please do.
No.
Not for my sake.
I mean, you could just blast it. It's weak enough that there's a fair shot you take it out, or at least get it ready to be taken out by the next person.
Yeah, but I was gonna do something that might have hurt people, and I see.
I mean, I'm totally down for you doing that too.
Mhm.
If you want to get revenge on Joe for DMing you in the other games, you want to get revenge on Case for being too beautiful as a person, I encourage that.
Don't hate the player. Hate the game. Master, that is. Hate the game master.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast Chaos Bolt at it.
Ooh, I love that spell.
Yeah.
$22 definitely hits.
All right, and that's what kind of damage?
What kind of damage?
Choose one of the d8s. So it was a 7 and a 2. So I'm gonna do psychic damage.
Yes. Remind it that meteors killed its people. So how much? It's 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You do so much damage to it that like blood just kind of gurgles out of its mouth, and it is dazed and confused and barely standing as it begins to wobble from side to side.
That's my turn.
That's your turn. Alex, bring us home.
All right. I am laying on the ground, just kind of like wake up, like air out of me, and I grab my cane from sitting next to me and point it up, like just at the backside of this T-Rex and say, "Bad dog," and I'm gonna cast Firebolt.
Let's go. You just need a 10 to hit it.
Spells.
An 18 will
15
definitely
for
be
15.
10.
Dang.
Alex, what does it look like when you send this dinosaur to extinction?
Just like all of the blood that is like coursing down my arm from being bit, like is slowly like burns off as the heat from my pact like radiates down my arm in like these twirling coals of fire and go up the rod and out as a beam, and it just kind of like does that like thing where it just like pierces a little tiny hole that just goes through, and it goes like through the back and up through the skull and then out, continuing up into the sky till it peters out. And then the T-Rex is probably just not aware for a second as the bolt clears, and it just like slumps.
And it absolutely collapses as it almost looks like it's breathing fire as the bolt goes straight through it. And then poof, it is down. It is dead. There are no more lizard folks. There are no more dinosaurs. You have survived.
Hit the outdoors.
I'm gonna right away just move over to Alex and just dump 20 hit points into them with lay on hands. I'm just gonna like help them up to their feet. Like it's not over yet.
So good.
Got it. All right, so we are over time, so I am going to do this next part very quickly because I don't like going over time and keeping people, but I hope everybody is having fun and you got to kill a dinosaur. So you managed to save this small village. They ask you to stay the night so that they can get the antidote and send back the information to Granny Gray. They don't tell you what the information is. You do meet 3 halflings who were holding down the fort and who have begun to heal people. One of them is a druid. I will pull her down so everybody can kind of see her because I liked her little art. But she's a druid with very big blonde, think Brave from the movie Brave, or the Merida from Brave, curly hair with twigs and branches all in it, and she seems to have mice or rats running around all up into her hair and all around. She is the head druid here. She begins to heal everybody, feed everybody of the survivors that you guys were able to save, including the one Alex healed and was able to make it out of that burning building. They thank you, they feed you. And she doesn't tell you what the note said or what the letter said, but she sends back a similar sealed by magic letter that is to be taken back to Granny. You guys stay the night, and you receive a flower. You see them bring a flower and turn it into a potion. This potion is the antidote for Larry. This flower is nothing like any of you who are botanists have seen. It is something uniquely that only the halflings can grow. And what you do learn is that you also need these to make the poison that poisoned Larry.
That night, I will ask if they have any books that I'm looking for.
Not in that small village, no.
That's okay. just as an aside, I will also, when we're heading back, just to wrap this up, I will ask. While we're on the journey back, I'll talk to Mira, and I'll pull out my book and set it down and say, if you are okay, I would like you to write your name in my book. Then if I learn more in my travels, I can let you know about it from anywhere.
About the
poison.
yeah. Sure.
And so I open up to the back. There's a page, and there are a couple. There's there is a name at the top. I don't know the name off the top of my head. That is Jeromy would know that name. That is
your patron?
No, this is the name of my person that I know in the other group.
Oh. That name would not be listed, I think.
Because I used Farscribe to.
Oh yeah.
Report to them.
We'll say that it's in a language that
Okay.
Mira can't read.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then there's space for you to write your name. If you do, I will then show you how it works. I will then write a message in it, and you hear the message in your head as per the sending spell. And then if you respond in your head, your words appear on the page.
That's so cool.
And then after a minute, it disappears on its own. Your name stays, and for as long as your name is in my book, I can use sending at will to contact you.
Mm-hmm.
So, because you're doing this sort of agreement, Case, are you okay with me revealing a small thing about your character?
Sure.
That would help Mira, who is not very trusting. You learned that Alex has been working directly for Larry for some time now. As an adventurer and a member of the roster, but also as you guys have experienced before, usually Larry sends somebody to find out if a job is okay ahead of time. You learn that person is a lot of times Alex is one of them. But beyond that, I'm not revealing anything.
No. That's definitely something I would reveal.
Yeah.
That I'm gonna continue on this to find out what happened, like why this attack happened on Larry, and I will let you know, because he means as much to me as I'm sure he does to you.
Got it.
I'll write my name.
Gur.
So while we're spending the night in the village with the halflings, I'm going to talk to my contacts there, especially the lead druid, and just try and get any information I can from them as far as like what their thoughts of is where this poison could have been made besides here.
She tells you that only halflings know how to make it. But there is a chance that it was holdover poison from the attack 20 years ago. It has a long shelf life. It could have survived that. But other than that, she's got no clues.
She has no ideas who might have a vendetta against our target.
No, she doesn't even know who Larry is.
Okay. I'll pass that information over to Mira and Key.
Okay. All right. So you guys stay the night. You're fed, and then the Genasi do their job. They deliver their supplies. One of them volunteers to hang, or actually, about 3 of them volunteer to hang back and help rebuild. until the next shipment comes in the next month. So 3 of them have volunteered to stay and help rebuild, because in their eyes, the halflings and them are all people of the land. So to them, they have to help. You guys do make it back to Glass Aegean, and you return safely back to the Adventurers Guild, where the antidote is administered for Larry, and then we will pick up from there at our next session to see if Larry survived in time. But you guys are on your way back. I should say. Let's not get full back because we're over time, and I know that's going to lead to a lot of things. So we are on our way back. Key, you're muted.
Wanted to know, well, if Key get any information from about the route from their new druid friend. If they know of anything like that. Or we could discuss that in the next game if need be.
Yeah, let's discuss in the next game.
Okay.
I have to think of they would know something.
Okay.
But she's a fairly young druid. And she's just in charge of that little encampment.
Gotcha.
And obviously reports to other people.
Yeah, I just want to put it out there.
No worries. I'll think on that.
And also, since I think that I'm just here for tonight, thank you all for having me. When we do land, if you need it to, Alex will help them get back into the academy using the same methods to expedite that process.
Perfect. Thank you. And thank you for playing. That is going to be our night. We are going to close out. I am going to find somebody for us to raid, so please stick around because those raids do help us and the channel to grow. But starting with Alex Case, our guest, please tell people where they can find you and all of that fun stuff that we did at the beginning.
Hi, name is Case Poisel. It's spelled Cayce for Case. You can find me on Instagram at case.poisel or under my leather work under uppercase leather, but that case is spelled normally because people don't really read my case very easily. You can also find me on Twitter or X or whatever it's called nowadays at apoisel. Yeah. And thanks for having me. I had a great time. This is a build that I always wanted to play for my spy warlock with 8 cantrips at level 6.
Yeah. I hope you had fun, and I'm sorry for almost killing you.
Oh, no, it was great.
I wish I had,
nail-biting.
but
Yeah.
one of these days I'm going to get one of our guests, and then they'll never come back or invite me to things. I remember when you killed me in D&D.
No, then they have to invite you so that they can kill you.
Get revenge. Exactly. That's why I invited Joe. I was like, all those times. Joe, please tell people where they can find you and your information.
What's up, geeks? My name is Joe. You can find me here at New Age Geeks. We're New Age Geeks on all social media platforms. You can find my individual stuff on Instagram and TikTok at New Age Cosplay. And you can catch us tomorrow with Queer and Present Danger, our all LGBTQ cast, as they run through CC's homebrew world and have insanity, because that's all that show ever is insanity.
I can imagine. And Michael Powell, Mr. Kapow, tell people where they can find you.
Hello, everybody. As always, I am Michael Powell, aka Mr. Kapow. You can find me all over the internet on my social media, which is usually at Mr. Kapow. That's MrKaPAO. Or my Facebook page, which is facebook.com/Michael Powell Does Stuff, because I do a lot of stuff, like my YouTube channel, Fantastic Tales of Adventure. My current, streaming schedule right now is every other Tuesdays. I'm here on New Age Geeks for SpellShots at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Then every Thursdays at Toyzilla Live Toyzilla Network for Toyzilla Live at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and then every other Friday, which includes this Friday, for Avatar Legends on Johananan's channel at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I will also be hosting the Toyzilla Price Check Challenge at the Anime Nation Fest convention, which is anime and tattoos, on April 19th, 20th, and the 21st at the LA Convention Center. So hope to see you there.
Perfect. Thank you. And Jem.
Hi, I'm Jem. You can find me anywhere at Jemboree or Instagram at Gemaginative. I play on this channel. I stream every Monday with our D&D stream of Forging Fates in the Critical Role universe, or hosting Goodberry Cafe, which is where we play indie TTRPG games on stream. Or you can catch me at Anime Vegas this weekend, working the Four Empires booth.
Yep. Go and join the Jade Eagles.
No, join the Crimson Wolves.
Or the Cobalt Sharks.
When you guys were first saying those names, I thought you were talking about Legend of Lost Temple.
Oh yeah, Legend of the yes, the Green Monkeys, Golden Barracudas. And I've been Jeromy DeChant, JeromyTV everywhere online, including my own Twitch channel. We are going to be rating somebody who is a regular guest on the show. Lamar the Con Guy. He is recovering from surgery, so I figured we'd do something nice and go raid them while they're playing wrestling games and show some love and hope that they're recovering well. So please join us for that raid. Tell them we sent you, and give them all the love.
Before we leave, I remembered one thing. I forgot even at the beginning of tonight. I do have one stream game that I'm on. There's only 2 episodes left. It is tomorrow night on twitch.tv/Hallowhaven Studios. I'm playing in Shadowrun Endwatch as a decker, and we're planning a really big heist, and we got 2 episodes left of a 10-episode season, so you can catch up with that or just jump into the chaos. So
yeah, I love a good heist.
That is at 6 p.m. Pacific as well.
Where can they catch up on those episodes?
Look for Hallowed Haven Studios
on YouTube.
They do a lot of vampire. Yes, they do a lot of vampire stuff, but we're doing a Shadowrun game there.
Awesome.
So
Perfect. I mean, we definitely want to promote. So yeah, and thank you guys. This episode will be on YouTube in about a week or so.
7 days.
7 days. And thank you, Sane Cat Lady, for the donations. Thank you all for tuning in. And yeah, we'll be back in 2 weeks.
Post RKO in all caps when we raid Lamar.
All right. And everyone good night. Love you, geeks.
Bye.